Hello. Welcome, Mr. Strangely, a writer of thought, ghoulish misfit, magistrate iron-lung, reincarnator, Earth Winterfell, and Sam Weller in the other chat, or well, it's ankle time, so I don't know that they're actually listening. I need to turn off the ending stream thing. Did I run into this problem last time? Was I stuck on ending stream the whole time? Oh, there we go. Can we get... Let's see. There's gotta be... Oh, boy. That's boring. Okay, there's that one. And... Okay, yeah. That's pretty. Well, we'll do that. Thank you for the cheer, writer of thought. Hype train? I did see it. Oh, yeah, thank you for the subscription. I think, does that mean, writer of thought, that you are now doubly cocooned? I guess I can, yeah, there you are. Let me change your, there you go. Yeah, there's the roll. Thank you so much for your support, your double support. I don't know if you recognize that you were giving double support, but there you are. Also, well, first of all, Mr. Strangely, ahoy! Writer of thought, oh boy, ads! Ghoulish misfit, ads? This sounds like the start of a song. Ahoy! Oh boy, ads! Ads? And then reincarnator, where was your message? I think I'll never ever pay for ad-free stuff. I just refuse to buckle in and pay another monthly subscription. On the one hand, I can understand that. On the other hand, you were subscribed to me until now. I don't know if you were subscribed on the Discord, but if you were subscribed on Twitch, you were in fact paying for ad-free stuff, I think. I hope. Digging the cowboy kitty, yep. Yeah, I just decided, because I only did 1 week of the cowboy kitty, I thought I'd do another week of it. Aw, I do recognize the double support, but I figure y'all need the coffee in the morning I can provide. That's so sweet. I really appreciate that. Alrighty, Roo. Mako, glad I checked, didn't get an alert, and I thought you were just really running really late. I'm early, I think. I actually hit the at least the starting soon button, like, pretty much at 3, and that's pretty rare. So, unfortunately, that's pretty rare. I am late for most people. I am starting technically on time, in a way, and I am early for myself. Wacky things going on. Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish Misfit and Mako Cam. Take my bits! Shoves bits into Kaylee's hand. Take them. Take the bits. Amazing. Alrighty, Roo. Well, if you are new here, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by those who wrote for the previous prompt or wrote at least 2 reviews for stories for the previous prompt. And then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them will be read no matter what, and the other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. So you have some motherflies around the screen, and once you get one filled up, that means you have an encore filled up, an encore unlocked, and you'll know that it's filled up when the bubbles are coming out of the antennae. And yes, you can do that 4 times. It is greatly appreciated when you do that. The people who get their stories read appreciate it, and I appreciate it. So it's a great thing to do. And thank you for the cheer, Marks. Really appreciate it. Everything is relative. Time is a man-made concept. This is how I know that I'm in a group of writers. I feel like, I don't know, other people would not respond, or they'd be like, no, you're late, or yay, you're early, or something like that. But no, a group of writers is gonna be like, everything is relative. Time is man-made. Nothing is real. Yeah, time is. I like that. Time is a construct of human perception. That's a much better way to say it. Because I have heard that before of like, time is a man made construct. I was like, well, I mean, time does pass. And so, like, time is a thing. But, like, how we number it and quantify it is man made. And so, yeah. It's about human perception less than, like, we made time. Alrighty. If you want to be a guaranteed person, let me show you how to do that. Here. Oh, that's right. I put it on the purple. But you guys liked the dark one, so I can still probably... Nope. Nope. Oh, that's all still chat box. Okay. I kind of like that. I mean, granted, of course I like it because I've been using that background for my Has Been Hotel reactions. But yeah, you know what? Maybe to honor the first couple reactions. I guess it's actually, yeah. I only intended to use it for a couple, but I guess I used it for all four. I guess to honor that, maybe we will do the black background. But anyways, so... you head to be a guaranteed person. Yeah, you head to the server shop on Discord or the subscriptions page on Twitch. On Discord, you'll see that there is the Bookworm tier that is $3 a month. That will give you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts and you can submit 2 submissions to the forum each week, and you get some emoji. Then there's the $5 a month tier, the Cocooned and Silk tier, that is on both Twitch and Discord. You get access to the secret supporter chat, you can submit prompts, and you're provided that there are no issues, which there have been some lately, unfortunately, but provided there are no issues, you will be in the guaranteed section of the stream in that first half. And you can submit 3 submissions to the forum, and you can submit 6-word prompts. Then there's the Transformed One tier, the $10 a month tier on both Twitch and Discord. You get access to all those things, but you can submit 4 submissions, 7-word prompts, and the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat automatically gets added directly to the poll, provided there are no issues with it. And you can have a universe tag. So you can, if you have an ongoing universe that you write in, you can have a tag for that. But you do need to DM me or tag me to ask for that. And you also get these perks if you're doubly cocooned, but make sure that I know that you are, because unfortunately there is no way to, just make it go through automatically. I do have to, give you that tag. So if you don't have it and you are both, then make sure that you let me know. And I'm realizing that I should change these probably. I mean, I already was thinking I should because they're too small, but I just got lazy. Here. Somebody can remind me tomorrow or something if I forget. The existential dread of not having your personhood guaranteed. A creature does not worry about being late for dinner. He just eats. I thought that was going to be related to what Mako said, but I don't think it was. I've always found it's the most true definition. I also do love that you typoed to person good. The existential dread of not having your person good guaranteed. Well, you know what? Maybe your personhood is guaranteed, but your person good isn't always guaranteed. Alrighty, Roo. So, let me show you our list for today. Our list is Writer of Thought, Marx, Documencer, and Mako Cam. Then for our encores, we have Redrev, Geller, Spectre, and Sam R.I. All great stories I'd love to read today, so please don't hesitate to cheer for them. I think we already have Redrevs unlocked, which is wonderful. So I saw Documencer asking if there's, for that screenshot, and thank you for providing, Des said. I don't know if that means the Documencer's not here and I'm speaking to the void, but Documencer, if you are here, does that mean you need to be earlier or later? Or are you just not going to be able to be here at all? And if Documencer isn't here, somebody ask Documencer in the chat. Yes. It's funny because I asked Ryder if Ryder would be here, because last time Ryder was only able to be here for the first story, and so I went to check, and Ryder was like, oh, I'll be here for like 2 hours, and my first thought is like, oh, okay, cool, like I can put you anywhere, and then it was like, 2 hours is like 2 stories, so maybe I should still put Ryder first. Alrighty, Roo. Also, there is a kitty. Oh, all dark. There you go. There's a kitty cat. Okie dokie. Turn this off. Alrighty. Let us begin with Writer of Thought. Invitation. Kyuseishu, Helena, by Writer of Thought. 310 words. The old house creaked with the weight of dusty memories. There was no telling how many decades it had been since it was filled with the laughter of children. But all those children were gone now, in one way or another. Helena placed her hand on the tarnished banister, thinking of how the last time she saw it, she had to reach up to it. Now, her hand rested comfortably beneath her. I don't believe I ever got to visit this house. Came a calm, quiet voice from the shadows. Out stepped a man who looked nearly identical to Helena, if a bit older, in the eyes worn by the centuries. I doubt you would have, Helena said with a somber smile. It's a far cry from the palace you built, grandfather. He smiled in return, fangs glimmering faintly in the musty light. Well, I guess I was a bit preoccupied. They both danced around the topic. They wanted it to be behind them, but the question still hung in the air, destined to remain unanswered. I'm glad you finally came back, Helena finally said as she walked up the stairs, each step like wading in molasses as time stood still between them. I am too, he said, waiting at the foot of the stairs while she worked her way through the memories. Helena turned back, realizing what he was waiting on. Come on up, grandfather, she said. That old curse won't bother you here. He breathed a sigh of relief and followed her up the stairs. It had been so long since he could just go anywhere, unhindered. Remind me again why I'm here at your childhood home? Helena creaked open her old bedroom door, pushing through the dust inside to collect an old, worn plush dragon. Who better to accompany the princess than the High King? Those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Kitty looks like a toasted marshmallow. Yes, she does. My Saturdays are usually pretty busy, but luckily things don't get going until 5. Fair. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I get back in, Kitty! Nice. Okie dokie. Always love me a good vampire story. Writer's questions. Let me introduce a new character, Helena's grandfather. Toastiness. Reader's choice, as long as there's jam. 1. I don't focus on the vampiriness, but would you count a staircase as a threshold? I did for the purposes of this story, but I'm curious about what others would do. 2. What do you think happened between Helena and her grandfather, or at least her family and her grandfather, that would make it so he never visited this house? Is it better left unsaid, or does focusing on it make it awkward? 3, I feel like Helena's grandfather being a vampire isn't entirely clear until she brings up the curse. How could I have made this more clear without saying it outright? Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Mako Kim. An emoji with every cheer. Awesome. Okie dokie. So, first of all, very fun to meet Helena's grandfather. I don't feel like I get a lot of vampire grandpa stories, and I am a fan of this. Especially because, you know, when you say the word grandpa, immediately it conjures to mind an older gentleman. And so I had to, like, actively be like, he's grandpa, but he looks like he's her age. At least that's what I'm assuming. He looked nearly identical to Helena means that he looks her age or very close to her age. And that's a neat thing that now I'm like, I am surprised that I haven't seen more, like, vampire literature and media play with that idea of like, yeah, this is my grandpa, but he probably looks like my brother, you know? That is great. I really like quite a few of your turns of phrase here. So, that old house creaked with the weight of dusty memories. That's a beautiful phrase, a beautiful starting line. I like the image of the banister and how she used to have to reach up to it, and now not only does she not have to reach up to it, not only is she on the same level as it is below her. So that's a great image and just makes you think, you know, it makes you think of places that you visited or lived. I mean, the whole story makes you think of places that you visited or lived when you were a kid. But that is just such a vivid image of like, oh yeah, I know that feeling of being like, oh man, once upon a time I had to reach up to this counter and now it's beneath me. It's so, I don't know, spatial. It works very well. I don't think I read it quite well, but I also like the image of his eyes worn by the centuries, that he looks the same age as her, and the only place where he looks older is the eyes. I think that is great. I like your introduction of them being vampires. For me, it worked. Then again, I do know that Helen is a vampire, so I am curious, for those who don't know the universe, if you got that they were vampires or not. But I think just showing their fangs is a great little nod to, like, hey, they're vampires. Both, he enjoyed the comment, and they're vampires who get to convey two things at once. I really like this image of wading in molasses, that it's, and like each step wading like molasses, you're like combining space and time, because what she's really wading through is time, but it seems like she's wading through space. I think that is a really cool image there. Worked her way through the memories is also a beautiful image, especially right after the molasses image, that we see it from her perspective, and then we're kind of seeing it from his perspective of like, okay, yep, she needs to work through the memories, you know. Yeah, so I really loved all those turns of phrases. I think very beautiful writing there. I'm a little bit torn on so there is no telling how many decades it had been since it was filled with the laughter of children. I do like that line as well. But all of those children are gone now in one way or another. On the one hand, I really like that line because it's saying all those children were gone now. Maybe some died, maybe some moved away, and maybe some just aren't children anymore. And so Helena was one of those children, and she is gone because she's not a child anymore. And so on the one hand, I think that's very clever, and I like that. On the other hand, especially because it's in the first paragraph, and for newcomers, they're just getting introduced to the characters and stuff, I feel like that easily you don't get that second meaning. I can easily read as just like, no, she wasn't one of those children because all those children are gone now. And obviously Helena is here right now. And so if she was one of those children, that sentence wouldn't be phrased that way, you know? So I like the deeper meaning, but I think it might be a little too deep too soon, if that makes sense. Let's see. I do think it's cute, the idea that he lived in a palace and she is the princess, but she lived in a much more modest house. Now, granted, I feel like anytime I've imagined Helena's house as a kid, I have imagined a mansion. So either I'm right and it's like, it's a far cry from the palace you built, but it's still better than what those plebeians live in, what those peasants live in. It's still a huge mansion full of lots of rooms and fancy banisters. Or it genuinely is a modest house, just like a much more normal house. It works either way, but one has like a little bit of like, okay, like check your privilege a little bit into it. Let's see. I think I wrote down on my phone how I wanted to talk about this next section. Let's see if I have a good phrasing there to remind myself of. Okay, yeah. So this about the topic. So on the one hand, we don't need to know what's going on to understand and enjoy the story, because what is this story about? The story is about a vampire princess showing her vampire grandfather around her childhood home, and he apparently is and or was the High King, and she is a princess. And for some reason or another, he has not been able to visit the house before, and so we can understand, okay, he couldn't before, but he's here now, and that's what matters, So, on the one hand, we don't need to have this answered. And I was thinking about this line. I was like, okay, I don't need to have it answered, but why do I feel like I need to, though? And I think what it is that, like, we as the reader feel very alienated, that we're like, they're dancing around the topic. They know what's going on. They have this, like, there's this kind of intimacy in the fact that they both know the topic, but we don't, And so, we as the reader feel alienated, and the fact that you deliberately call out destined to remain unanswered, it kind of feels like a tease to the audience of like, it's like, I know you're curious, audience. I am not answering. And that doesn't feel good as a reader. And so I do kind of feel like it would probably be better to not mention it, because mentioning it just makes me curious, and yeah, because that's the thing, is like, you could just have him say, I don't believe I ever got to visit this house. And like, sure, that's, we might wonder, okay, why not? But if we don't come back to that, if we don't continue to talk about that, then we're not going to be like, okay, what's the topic though? We're just gonna be like, okay, Grandpa didn't get to visit, don't know why, curious why, but moving on. But the fact that you tell us he never got to visit, and then they're like, yes, something happened. I won't tell you what it was though. Doesn't feel great as a reader, and I think that's why I have that feeling of like, okay, I don't need to know, but I feel like I need to know. And so just like not mentioning it, but not mentioning it, I think would be helpful. Just saying he never got to visit, I think would, for the reader, feel better, if that makes sense. And yes, it does make me curious, and sure, like, probably the one benefit to it is that it does make me curious to read other stories about the characters to learn the answer to this question. But I would have been still curious to read other stories about them even without it. Let's see here. Okay, so the big ticket item here is her inviting him up the stairs. So I'm trying to figure out how to introduce this. So basically how it read to me is that even from the first line, the old house creaked with the weight of dusty memories. definitely reads like they're inside the house. Like, sure, you could say this from outside the house, but it would feel more like it's creaking from the wind, and less that. And then, but saying like it's creaking from the memories, reads like, yeah, they're inside it, they're hearing it creak, and they're remembering the memories, and so like that all feels like they're inside, and like. It was filled with the laughter of children, conjures to mind. We're inside, we're thinking about the halls, the ghosts of the memories of the children are walking by us. Helena is putting her hand on the banister. That to me conjures the image of like she's upstairs and she's touching the banister, or she's going up the stairs, and touching it. And then he just seems like he's in a corner or something. He's in the shadows. And then where's the next setting thing? So she walks up the stairs. So again, it seems like, okay, we are inside the house. And so it definitely reads like they're inside the house. And when you think that they're inside the house, then, well, let's see. So vampires not being able to enter somewhere unless they're invited is a pretty well-known vampire thing, and I don't think it's too strange to call it a curse. However, I don't think I have ever read or watched anything where once the vampire was inside the house, they had to be invited again. And now granted, like, that could be it. Well, let's put a pin in that. And so, because that's not something I've really encountered before, like, then it makes this confusing, because when she's like, that old curse won't bother you here, I'm like, what old curse? Like, I genuinely thought, I was like, oh, Grandpa has some particular curse put on him, and it might prevent him from going upstairs. I'm curious what that is. And then, like, it's been so long since he could go anywhere unhindered. I was like, oh, okay, so he's got, like, some sort of curse that can really restrict where he can go and how far he can go in places. Like, interesting. And I was gonna kind of, like, have a similar thought of, like, I don't know if I need to know the curse, but it feels like I need to know the curse. And stuff. And so that was my first thought. So I was like, why is she inviting him upstairs? And then thought number 2 is maybe they're outside. Maybe these stairs are like on the porch, maybe it's some sort of townhouse or something, or indeed maybe the mansion has it's a little bit up, and so maybe indeed it's more of the wind creaking through the house, and like she already is getting hit with those memories on the porch. And like I don't think now when I get to the third explanation, the third thought, I don't think that is what you were going for, actually. But if that is what you were going for, I don't think that quite works with how it's described, earlier, because of what I said before. Everything in the way that this is described reads like we are inside. And so if they're just on the porch, I do think that needs to be clarified more strongly. But if they are outside, then that makes the invitation make a lot more sense. He's waiting by the foot of the porch stairs and he's like, can I come inside? And she's like, of course you can come inside, Grandpa. This is your house too, basically. Like, that would make a lot more sense, because it's like, oh, okay, it's not some special curse on Grandpa, it's just the default vampire curse if you gotta be invited in, and then that makes the title of invitation make a lot more sense. He's being invited inside the house. And so my first critique was gonna be, I don't know what the curse is. Then my critique was gonna be, it seems like they're inside. And then I read your questions, and your first question is, I don't focus on the vampiriness, but would you count a staircase as a threshold? I did for the purposes of the story, and I'm curious what others would do. So that returns me to hypothesis number 1, that yes, he did have to be invited purely up the staircase inside the house. And so now I think I know what's going on, is that it is that default, Vampire Curse. Hello, Board AF Two Fees. Welcome, welcome. We are a writing group who has a has the right word? I don't know. We vote on a prompt every week, and we all write microfiction for said prompt, and then I read some of the stories live on Twitch on Saturday. So right now I have read Writer of Thought's story, and I am going over it and praising and critiquing it. All right, but back to that. Okay, so I think I understand what's going on now. That yes, it's the default vampire curse of, he can't go where he's not invited. But we return to the original thought of, I don't think I have ever encountered a vampire piece of literature or media where once the vampire was inside the house, they had to be invited again. Because if he has to be invited up the stairs, that would mean he has to be invited into every room in the house. That if they go into the bedroom, he has to be invited. If they go into the bathroom, he has to be invited. If they go into the kitchen, he has to be invited. And granted, that could be an interesting vampire lore. Like, if you want to do that, like, that's fine. That could be a very interesting way to do vampire lore and make it, I don't know. Like, it could be fun either way if you have, like, a horror movie where, like, our human main characters have to, like, get from the bedroom to the kitchen in some weird way, or else the vampire can get them in the hallway. Or on the other side, you could have, like, maybe more of a comedy, and it's from the vampire's perspective, and, like, they haven't been invited into, like, the middle room, and they have to figure out how to get around it to the other room. Like, that would be, that would be very fun. So I do kind of like that could be a really interesting idea. It's not a bad idea or anything, but it is not something I have ever seen before. A, it's not something I've ever seen before. B, if your vampires work that way, that is intense. Like, that completely rocks, or I don't know, that rocks the foundation of the entire vampire universe. That rocks the way the entire world works, because that's intense to have to be invited into every room. So that would probably come up in, like, every scene that you write about a vampire, because of how intense that is. At least, you know, any time that a vampire is entering a human's house, I guess. I don't know if they'd have to be invited into vampire houses. The questions we ask. So yeah, like, that's totally fine, but that's very intense, and, like, you know, I want to say it, like, founds the foundation of the entire world, but that sounds wrong. That sounds weird. I don't know. It's what your entire vampire rules are built on, or at least one of them, and so it really would affect how your vampires work day to day. And the third thing, I think I said there were three things. The third thing is, I don't believe I've seen your vampires work that way. I don't believe that in other stories I've read in this universe, that's how they work. So, like, it's fine if that's how they work, but I don't believe that's what you were going for. And so I've never seen it, and so it's surprising, and I'm not expecting it, and that's part of what makes it confusing. And it doesn't feel like your vampires work like that in other stuff that I've read from you. And the other thing is, like, honestly, I feel like the doorway to a bedroom is way more of a threshold than a staircase. And so, like, honestly, like, I'm saying if this is true, they'd have to be invited into every room. I honestly think if this is true, it's worse. I think that there's so many other things. If you're counting a staircase as a threshold, I think there's so many things that could count as thresholds. And again, that could be interesting. That could be fun vampire lore to play with. But it's intense, and it's what your entire vampire lore would be built on. And again, I don't feel like that's what I've seen. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like that's what your entire vampire lore has been built on. And so I do feel like just having it indeed be that they are on the porch and she has to invite him into the house, or maybe she doesn't have to invite him into the house, but he thinks that she does, you know? I think that would work perfectly well. And granted, like, you might have to change the order of things, unless you do want to have it be that, like, the memories already are intense on the porch. You could make that work. You would have to change the order of things. You'd probably have to start with him being like, oh no, and her being like, oh, that old curse won't bother you here. Come on in. And then you could do the beginning here with her wading through the memories and stuff like that. I don't feel like that would hinder the story too much. Sure, the invitation is kind of the climax of the story, and so it might feel a little weird to have it first, but it's a very gentle, soft climax, and the whole story is very gentle and soft. And so I think you could still make it work starting with that. So basically, my answer to the question of would you count it as a threshold, unfortunately, my answer to that is I so far don't count it as a threshold that I didn't understand what was happening there. But all of that being said, you know, despite the fact that I was confused by it and I had lots of different hypotheses and stuff, I do like it. I do really like that he is not sure if he is invited. He's not sure if it's okay, you know, for him to be here, and if, you know, if his vampiriness is going to affect his ability to share Helena's childhood home with her and walk her home with her. And so the fact that she not only is like, it's okay, you're invited, but she's like, that old curse won't bother you here. Like, it is not a problem. It's not like, it is a problem. I am inviting you. It is actually not a problem. it won't show up, you know? And granted, maybe that's the fourth hypothesis. Maybe Gramps is just paranoid. maybe all the other vampires are like, it's totally fine. I don't know why you'd have a problem with a staircase. And Gramps here is like, anything could be a threshold. Back in my day, the stairs were thresholds, you know, kind of thing. So that could potentially work, but you might have to lean into it a little bit. So I do like that she's like, yeah, it's not a problem at all, and his relief at that there's kind of that physical reaction of the sigh of relief, as well as that more mental reaction of it had been so long since he could just go anywhere unhindered. And I think that fulfills the prompt really well, because it's not just conveying, like, I don't know, technically, like, literally, I guess. It's not just conveying literally, you always have a place here, you're good. It's conveying the emotion of that. It's conveying it on both sides, because her being like, that old curse won't bother you here, is her saying, what, this is your family, this is our family house, of course you have a place here, why are you worried? And he is going, oh, wow, like, I have not encountered this in a long time. I have not felt so welcome in a long time, and so I feel so grateful that I will always have a place with my family, despite whatever went on in the past. And so I think that's really beautiful. I do really, despite the confusion it caused, I do really like what's actually going on there, and I do really like how it works with the prompt a lot. And then it is interesting to know that he is the High King. Again, presumably he is the High King today, right now. But that's very curious. I think you've called Helena a vampire princess before, but I don't know if I've read her being a princess, you know? And granted, I don't know if we can count this as her being, I mean, she's a princess every day. But I mean more of like talking about it, I guess. That's better. I haven't heard them talk about it. And so that was fun to hear that actually get mentioned. That makes me even more curious about both characters. I mean, the whole story makes me curious about her grandpa and like the palace he built and what went wrong and how he's the High King and everything like that. And so I do like that. There's a little bit of a critique in the fact that he asked, why am I here in your childhood home? And like, technically she answers because it's like the answer to why am I here is to accompany me. But there is very much, at least for me as a reader, an immediate question of like, why are you here and why do you need a company? Why do you need to be accompanied? And so granted, that is one of those things where it's like, it's not a huge deal. You probably didn't have the words for it. But if you had been able to get the words for it to convey, okay, why are you here then? And why do you need accompaniment? Would be helpful, would feel a little less like I'm kind of left hanging on the answer, if that makes sense. And the plush dragon does feel very curious. It definitely reads like I'm watching a movie and there's like a clear Easter egg front and center, kind of thing. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if that's why we're here, if we're literally here to collect plush dragon. Cute, if so, but I'm very curious why. If that is the case, I'm curious why we are here to collect dragon. But yeah, cute and interesting and everything like that. Let's go back to your questions. So, what do I think happened between Helena and her grandfather, or her family and her grandpa, that would make it so he never visited the house? Is it better left unfinished, or does focusing on it make it awkward? And you like knew exactly the question to ask, because it's like, it's not the fact that you mention that he's never been to the house that's the problem. It's the fact that you focus on it. It's the fact that you call it out. You call out that you're not going to tell us. That makes it awkward. Other than that, it's fine. But as for what I think happened, like, there's a lot of different things it could be. Like, the most immediate thought is quite simply that he had kingly duties. That it was just like, yeah, he had stuff to do. And like, especially the fact that you specify her family makes me think, yeah, something bad did go down. And granted, they do kind of react like, yeah, let's not. And that is why it's the destined to remain unanswered. I don't think you were trying to tease the reader. I think you were just kind of going, that both her and her grandpa, they don't want to talk about it. And so it's like, yeah, we know what it was. We both don't like it. Let's not go further, kind of thing. So it does seem like something bad did happen. And so it could be as simple as, yeah, he just chose being king over his family, and it wasn't something super big. It was just like, I mean, you could consider that big, but it's just like, yeah, he chose basically work over his home life, I guess. Or it could be something as big as, like, he killed their second cousin, He killed and drank dry their second cousin for some reason. It could be so many different things that could cause him and their family to have a falling out. I feel like Helena's grandfather being a vampire isn't entirely clear until she brings up the curse. How could I have made this more clear without saying it outright? Personally, I think it's clear the minute you say fangs. Now, again, this is why I want to hear from the chat what you guys thought. Oh, and I just realized I did not put these in the chat. Yeah, so I thought it was abundantly clear, but I do know that Helena's a vampire, and so I don't know for sure if it would have been clear if I didn't know that, but I thought that was a very stark clue. Like, yes, they might be some other humanoid monstrous creature that has fangs, but the humanoid monstrous creature that we see all the time that has fangs is vampires. My default thought when I see fangs on a human-like being is gonna be vampire. Basically, yeah, my default thought, if you tell me a humanoid creature has fangs, is gonna be that is a vampire, unless I'm told otherwise. So in fact, it's less that you have to go out of your way to identify him as a vampire, and more that if he wasn't a vampire, you would have to make that clear. But so yeah, that's my reaction to that. I thought you were good from fangs, and kind of going back to what I was saying before, especially because I was like, what is this curse that makes it so that, like, he can't go upstairs? Grandpa can't go places unhindered? What happened? Who cursed him? The fact that was my initial reaction, I think kind of says that if you didn't say Fangs, and if I didn't know the character, it wouldn't be clear at Curse. if they were on the porch clearly and she was inviting him in, it would be clear from Curse. But because they're inside the house and I don't generally consider upstairs the threshold, then that makes it not clear, you know? And granted, like, I think it's fine to call it a curse. That makes sense. It's like, yeah, you know, this is a negative magical thing put on a vampire. You know, that a vampire cannot enter without being invited. And so, yeah, that you can call that a curse. Some call it a curse. However, you could also not call it a curse. You could call it just vampire rules. So that it's like, you might be like, well, a curse is like something specific put on someone, like what I was thinking. And that's where my brain went. It's like, oh, somebody put a curse on Grandpa. You know, that it's like, oh no, you know, vampires in general can touch rubber duckies, but Grandpa can't. The curse is put on Grandpa. He can't touch rubber duckies. They burn him. That kind of thing. And so just the baseline vampire rules, you could easily not call it a curse because it's just like, yeah, it sucks, but it's not necessarily like a magical thing that some witch was like, okay, you know, vampire, I'm gonna put this on you. You can't enter without being invited. And sure, depending on your vampire lore, maybe a witch did long ago, maybe forever ago, back at the origin of vampires, a witch put a curse on all of vampire kind. Like, that's possible. There's different ways to do vampire lore, as we've discussed, but, by default, you could easily just be like, yeah, it's just vampire rules. And so I think that's part of why curse doesn't immediately make me go, oh yeah, for sure, vampire. And granted, like, I don't know, because I wonder if you said that old rule won't bother you here. I do wonder if I would have got it sooner, if I wouldn't have thought, oh no, someone put a curse on Grandpa, why can't he go places? I might have thought, oh, it's the invitation vampire rule. I guess we're counting staircase as a threshold. I wonder if that would have been the case. It might not have. I might have been equally as confused or more confused. But that is a potential option. You know, I do think it sounds not as good in the line. I think curse works better for the line because it conveys that, like, oh no, this is something bad, but don't worry, it won't bother you here because you are always invited, your family. You know, and so I think curse works in this case, but the fact that you're talking about it in terms of like, yes, curse made it clear that he was a vampire. My answer to that is I actually don't think that the word curse makes it clear he's a vampire, if that makes sense. And I can think of ways to convey more that he's a vampire after the ad plays. But, so FYI, when the ads play, some of my members have sent me lists of prompts that they're not sure if they make for good prompts or not. And so I go through the list and I say if yay or nay if I think it's a good prompt or not. So I think that says this isn't time to make new enemies is the last one that we did. Oh no, we did Worlds Apart because I was talking about separate ways. So my word is bond. Seems to be the next one. Let's see. That just kind of makes me think of a promise, an oath, and someone who's very good at keeping their promises and oaths. You know, someone who's like, yes, when I give you a promise, I fulfill it. My word is bond. Like, I am bound to my word. I guess you could also do it in terms of like a bond of friendship or something, like our word together. I mean, it doesn't say our word, it says my word. So I guess it could be like, yes, my word to you binds us together. My word to you means that we are bound as friends. Or my word to you, I guess you could consider a marriage vow in this kind of thing. Like, my word to you that I will love you in sickness and in health. That's bond, you know, that I am bound to that word. So I am bound to that word, or you are bound to my word. You know, my word creates a bond between us. I am bound to my word. You are bound to my word. Yeah, that sort of thing. Meaning, I have told the truth, trust me. Okay, so yeah, that wasn't immediately where I went, but that is the vibe, that it's like, yes, I keep my promises. And so, I guess it's just a little more general than I keep my promises. It's not just, I keep my promises, but it's every word. It's, every word I'm telling you is true, you know? I keep my word, I am honest, you know? So yeah, I think that works. That's not too hard to get to in that regard. I should probably say it at the start of each like ad time, but so FYI chat, when I am doing this, please don't hesitate to respond. If you like the prompt, if you dislike the prompt, if you're neutral on it, if you're like, it's a good prompt, but I wouldn't vote for it. All those things, feel free to say it. I am just one person giving my opinion, and I'm quite lenient on prompts. There have been prompts before where I was like, yeah, that's totally fine. And then someone has come to me later and been like, why did you let that through? That was really specific. And I was like, oh, it was? Sorry. You know, so I think I'm more lenient on prompts than other people are. So other people do weigh in, you know, if you're like, no, I think Kaylee's being too lenient, I don't think it's a good prompt, you know, kind of thing, go ahead and say that. But last time a lot of people were talking about this idea of it's a good prompt but I wouldn't vote for it, and that has made me think about things differently. And so I should probably like think about, okay, I'm first of all thinking, is this a good prompt? But I should also be thinking about, okay, would I vote for it, you know? And granted, to be fair, sometimes I know the ad's over. I'm just finishing this conversation on this prompt before I move on. The thing is that there are times where like I go over your prompt and I'm like, yeah, that's a good one. And like I might think that I would vote for it, and then I see it in the list and I'm like, Or opposite, it might be like, oh, I don't know about that one. And then I see it in the list and I'm like, actually, I like it. You know, so I will try to answer if I would vote for it, but if later you post it and I don't, or vice versa, I say I wouldn't and then I do, yeah, know that when I see it in the list, my opinion can change. I can view things differently or think about things differently. So my knee-jerk reaction to this prompt is, I think it is probably in that camp of, it's a good prompt, but I wouldn't vote for it. Like, it doesn't immediately grab me. It's just, yeah, it's a little bit more of a, I am an honest person prompt. And I guess especially because I write about villainous characters who aren't always honest, maybe I don't have a lot of characters who would fit that prompt. And so, like, as with any prompt, I'm sure I could figure out what to do with it. I could find a character who is honest, or I could use it in a different way than a character being honest. That's probably why I'm so lenient on these prompts. I have written at least one story every week since 2020, since December of 2020. And I have never missed a week. And so I am very familiar with getting a prompt where I'm like, but still writing something for it. And so there's a lot of prompts that I'm okay with. I will ultimately, unless I do like veto it, I will be okay with any prompt that gets through, because I will find out how to write about it somehow, you know? But yeah, so like, I don't have a lot of honest characters. Okay, I could probably use it for like a promise or something. That is probably more of where I would go, but nothing is immediately coming to mind as like, oh yeah, there's that promise, I would love to write about that, you know? And so it doesn't really grab me personally, even though I think it is a perfectly fine prompt, if that makes sense. Alrighty, Rue. Let's see what folks have been saying. Yeah, it is kind of close to I Swore an Oath, which was another prompt that we had. It's true. It is different because, like, I Swore an Oath is very specifically, yes, I swore an oath. You have to write about some kind of oath. And my word is bond is a little more generally applicable. It could be you swore an oath, or it could be I'm an honest person, you know, I tell the truth, sort of thing. Or somebody could be lying through their teeth and they could be like, my word is bond, I'm honest, you know. Alrighty. Mia's never moved before. Yep. You mean about the childhood house thing? It's like, I totally relate to this story. I don't relate to this story. Doc says, thank you, I should be available. If not, I have my Google Doc with notes and annotations. Gotcha. I just saw character 1, my word is bond. Character 2, your word is crap. I can't trust you as far as I could throw you. Yes, you totally could write that kind of thing. You being pink, Magistrate Ironlung, makes you very, very eye-catching. Your name being pink. Maybe the upstairs is rented as a separate property. That could work. That could fit with that idea of it's a threshold. Yeah, if it's like, this is a different house, basically. Like, technically, it's all the same building, but we live down here, they live up there. That's their property. It's a different owner. You need to be invited by the other owner, you know, that kind of thing. That would definitely work, but if that is the case, I do think that still needs to be described somehow in the story. Be glad the vampires don't need to use the bathroom. I think it depends on what your vampire lore is, but yeah. Can you, Mako says, I wanted a screenshot, but life didn't cooperate. We have threshold, etymology, origin, and meaning. Oh, it's etymology online. I was gonna say, can you, like, tell me? But etymology online tends to have short, explanations. Let's see. A plank, stone, or a piece of wood under a door or doorway, especially in a dwelling. Wait, what do you mean it's especially in a dwelling? Does that mean you could just have a door frame out in the wilderness and then there's wood under it and it's like, that's a threshold? Oh my gosh. I do love the idea of A, there being a doorway in the middle of the woods that a vampire can't enter because it's a threshold and they need to be invited. Or B, that, like, I could see, like, a fae doing this. That there's, like, a whole section of the forest, and you just put a doorway in front of the section of the forest, and, like, the doorway counts for everything beyond it. And so the fae are like, yeah, you can't come in, vampire, unless we invite you over our threshold out in the woods. I love that. Oh, anyways, Middle English threshold, from Old English, lots of other words, door sill, point of entering, a word of uncertain origin, and probably much altered by folk etymology. The first element probably is related to Old English thresh, either in its current sense of thresh or its original sense of to tread or trample. What is the current sense of thresh? Do we think I think threshing wheat. Is there a different current sense of it? The second element has been much transformed in all the Germanic languages, suggesting its literal sense was lost even in ancient times. In English, it probably has been altered to conform to hold. Okay, yeah. Figurative use was in Old English, border of beginning or region of new place, later in reference to the beginning of a state of condition, victory, freedom, manhood, etc. Wait, what? Later in reference to the beginning of a state or condition, victory, freedom, manhood. So, if you use that definition of the word, does that mean it's like a vampire can't get victory because that's a threshold? It's like, you need to be invited into the victory. Otherwise, you're stuck. You cannot have freedom because there is a threshold inside you that needs to be crossed in order for you to have freedom. You need to be invited. I guess it could work. I guess there are ways in which you could be like, yes, come be free with me in the wilderness, or like, I surrender, I grant grant you victory or that kind of thing, but like that's wild. But yeah, so it just seems like it's a border or the beginning of a region or place. And like, sure, I can kind of see your logic of like, it's the beginning of the upstairs and that's a new place. But again, if you're counting the upstairs as a new place, then every single room in the house is a new place. So yeah. Deathsed's answers from his review. For question 1, I don't think I would, as in my mind, doors and windows are the portals into a space. Maybe an outside set of stairs leading to a door, but I was assuming that this took place inside, given the way the scene is written. Same answer as me, but much more concise. Yes, I appreciate that. 2, I think it's fine to leave ambiguous, given that he's a centuries-old vampire. It seems likely that any number of things may have driven him away from the place until now. Very fair. 3, I mean, I assumed supernatural, at least from the description of worn by the centuries. I can't believe I didn't even clock that line. I was just like, yes, normal vampire things. And I was so used to him being a vampire that I wasn't even like, yeah, it says he's centuries old. That's a clue. It's not just the fangs. Yeah, and was pretty confident that the description of him emerging from the shadows, that's true too, that meant that he was a vampire, so I'm not sure if there's anything needed to make it clear. Good point. He arrives from the shadows, he's centuries old, and he has fangs. These are all good signs that he's a vampire. The bus took the wrong exit again. How? It's public transport. I don't know, man. It's like you go left, right, or straight, and bro went right when he needed to go straight. The bus, despite being public transport, the bus is still manned by a fallible human being. Ants conquered your Vegemite soup. Oh no. That's not good. Unless you don't like Vegemite, in which case it would be fine, but I'm presuming that you do, because you are in Australia and you are lamenting the fact that you don't get to eat your Vegemite soup. The correct threshold is a door thing. I think it's specifying a place people live rather than a workplace. What is the etymology online? I don't know that I got that from that, but that also would be interesting vampire lore, where it's like, yeah, vampires can enter. I guess that does kind of make sense, where it's like, yeah, nobody like owns this property except for like the landlord or whatever, and so this is a public space. Yeah, that does kind of make sense, like the idea of it's a public space. There is a general invitation given to the public. And so, vampire, are you part of the public? Yes. Then there's a general invitation given to you to enter this office building. But a house is like, no, there is no general invitation offered to the public to enter someone's home, and so you do need an invitation to get into the home. That kind of makes sense, yeah. Specifically a dwelling. Oh, gotcha. The door frame out in the woods conversation. Yes, gotcha. That makes sense. So specifically someone's house rather than a workplace. Do vampires need permission to use free parking? These are the questions. All right. Let's go back to the Twitch chat. Okay. It didn't hit me until you read it out loud, but I used a lot of symbolic and I was gonna say energy, true too, but imagery, or whatever that word is for when you have a lot of metaphors and symmetry. Yeah, I think that's like, well, figurative language, you know. But I liked it. I think that those were my favorite lines. I did not see that as a problem. Meeting your great-great-grandfather, who is a vampire. They look a lot younger than your parents. Yes, that would be a trippy story. Also, oh my gosh. that could be another fun way to do it. Like, one, there's like the interpretation where I think that this is a universe where vampires can have kids and then those kids grow up and just like stop aging at a certain point. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I do like that. Either way is fun. I like both interpretations of vampires, whether they can have kids or they can't. They're both fun to play with. I just like vampires. But so like, yeah, so you can have your grandpa as a vampire. He had, kids, and then those kids had kids, and it's all fine. Or there's also, like, in the other interpretation, it could be that, like, you get turned. And there's the story of how, oh no, great grandpa, he went missing, or he died, when he was young, but after he had his kids, whatever. And then you become a vampire, and then you go into vampire society, and there's your grandpa, it's like, oh, he didn't go missing. Well, he did go missing, but he's still alive. Or, like, he died and he came back. And he is still that age he was, when he died, which is potentially younger than you. And it's like, this is trippy. Mako, you ever remember being confused about where you were or not recognizing a place, but then in retrospect, you know exactly where you were, but the memory of the confusion remains? I mean, probably. Nothing comes to mind immediately, but I could see that being a thing. It reminds me of the "I have no memory of this place" Gandalf meme. But I could totally see that, where you go somewhere and you're like, I don't remember where I am, but I remember not remembering. Or I know where I am, but I also remember not remembering where I was in the past. Alright, the staircase hit me pretty personally now that I'm teaching again. There's a staircase in the school. Most of the classrooms are upstairs. And the first graders have to reach out to the banister, and the older kids and adults don't. Aw, yeah, that is a neat detail, for sure. Also the reverse, needing to duck to get into a place you could easily stand in before. Yeah, good point. Would be a good image, too. Aerith, for some odd reason, I thought the house was an orphanage or something like that. I don't know why I got that picture. Interesting. Writer, you must have read my brain, because when I first drafted her, she was going to be an orphan. I changed it later because too many orphans in the story. Oh my gosh. I am sure that is like a perfectly legitimate and serious concern, but just hearing that, it just reads like, there's too many orphans. They're all orphans. We need to stop. Some of them need to have parents. Yeah, Prop 260, too many orphans. I can't decide if that's like a meme prompt that doesn't work, or if that could actually work as a prompt. Oops, all orphans. Yeah. Now I'm just imagining like this conversation at Disney of what I just said, of like, they're all orphans, their parents are all dead, some of them need to have living parents. And then somebody else at Disney is like, no, they don't. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, the thing is that, like, I think the power of the story lies in the relationship between the characters, and so I can get into the relationship between Helena and her grandpa. And like, yes, there is power in like the memories and stuff, but it's still relational. It's still like, I care about Helena and her memories and stuff like that. But I don't know the significance of the house other than this is where she grew up. And so I don't know the significance of the house. Yeah, I don't know the significance of the house beyond this is where she grew up and this is where Grandpa never got to go. But beyond that, I don't know any more significance. And so the power of the story doesn't lie in the house. The power of the story lies in the people. And if you wanted there to be more power to, oh my gosh, he hasn't been able to visit the house and now he's here, then telling us what the deal was might potentially allow us to have that power. Again, you don't need it, but that's a potential thought. Writer, I had to really debate on mentioning it or not, because the actual reason why they are / were distant is a plot point in universe, but is too complex for the ficlet. Maybe just not mentioning that I'm not mentioning it would have been the better choice. Yeah, that was my advice. I totally relate to that. And like, that's the thing, is that there are things that when you write in a universe, it's just like, this thing is too complicated and I just can't get into it. So we're not, you know? And I do think that it is probably a greater sin in these stories to mention it and confuse the reader further rather than not mention it. And like I said, I didn't feel confused. I did kind of feel like I needed to know, but objectively I didn't need to know. And so it's better to leave your reader feeling like they need to know and like they're missing something than to mention it and confuse the reader. So I do think you made the right call there, other than potentially not mentioning that you're not mentioning it. Aerith, I quickly realized the grandfather was a vampire from the immediate mention of the fangs, but I never realized the princess was a vampire at all. Oh, interesting. Yeah, and that goes along with what I was saying about, like, wait a second, Grandpa's alive and he's a vampire, so it sounds like you thought that. And maybe that's why you thought they hadn't... that would be an easy hypothesis if you didn't think that she was a vampire, that it's like, well, yeah, of course... You know, he didn't come to this house. Like, she's probably not supposed to know that vampires exist, and probably didn't know that he was a vampire growing up. Or even alive in any way. Even in an undead way. Right, I know I played with the idea of threshold before, one where it was Estrella holding the door shut, but I might just be like confused on what the definition of a threshold really is. I just thought it was a doorway or transition point from one place to the next, including from room to room. So yeah, I mean, that is kind of the thing, is that probably the confusion is that it can be, right? Like I was saying, like, you could count every single room as a threshold, but most vampire literature doesn't. And so I think that's more of the thing, is that it's not that the doorway to a room isn't a threshold, it's just that most things I've seen with vampires in it don't count it that way, and so my brain is not used to going, yes, staircase is a threshold, you know? So, and... I think part of the reason that I don't think of staircases as thresholds, again, you could count it that way. There's an argument to be made, because yes, it is going from downstairs to upstairs. That is a border between place to place. To me, I think of a staircase as you're in the same house. Like, this isn't a border between places. It's just like, it's all one house, which is also, you know, maybe kind of informs why the room thing doesn't usually come up, is because it's like, well, what are you counting the place? The whole house is considered the place. And so you need to, like, to cross the doorway into the house, you need to be invited. But once you're in the place. The bedroom, you've already been invited into the house, so you've been invited into the bedroom. You've already been invited into the house, so you can go into the bathroom, you know, that kind of thing. So, I guess that is the thing. It's like, what are... You could count all these things as thresholds, but what is the place that you're entering? You know, does every room count as a new place that is not necessarily, like, the whole house isn't counted as one thing. It's all counted as a bunch of little rooms that you need to be invited into, you know? Thresholds are the part of the door that keeps things from just entering the house. Mm-hmm. It literally held the thresh. Oh, yeah, so that's like the threshing wheat thing. So, like, there's wheat on the ground that you don't want to track into the house, and so you have a threshold to keep it from getting in. That makes sense. Can you uninvite the vampire? Good question. I feel like that depends on your lore. Yes, they get forcibly ejected from the property. Nice. That would be a fun thing to see more of. I'm presuming you're saying that because you've seen it somewhere. But I do love the idea that it's like, you know what? You are uninvited. Yay! You know, that is hilarious. Yes, get out of my house. Gets yeeted back out the door. Yeah, it would. I think it would depend on your rules, because I do think that it can be like, no, an invitation once given cannot be rescinded. You know, like you said it no takesies backsies. You know, kind of thing. I think it can Yeah, it can depend on your lore. I could see it going either way, that you could say get out and they have to get out, or it could be like, well, you invited me, so it's too late now. Right, or I just know that the vampires of this world usually build their own houses, which is very funny to think about if that's how the curse actually works. Wait, so like they have to build their own houses because otherwise they'd have to be invited into every room, but because they built it, it's fine. That works then. Yeah, if you want to do that, it's fine. Yeah, just I've never heard of rescinding an invitation working. Like once your defenses are breached, they are breached. Yeah, exactly. It could be that way too. Funny thought, Grandpa Vampire misunderstanding the vampire curse, which has happened before. But with him specifically or just in general? That either way, it's funny. If you live in a rented house, can you invite the vampire or does your landlord have to? I feel like it could go either way, because it could be like, yes, I'm renting it, I'm living here, so I have some level of like authority and ownership over the house, so I can invite you. Or it could be only the owner of the property can invite you, so you have to call the landlord out to invite your vampire friend in. Dragon was 100% a reference to the last prompt that got read with the tea party. I was thinking about that, but I wasn't sure. I should have said something, but yes, that does make sense. That it was an Easter egg, literally. What if you put a vampire in a trebuchet and launched it into the entrance of a house he wasn't invited to? I think you would splat. Maybe not die, depending on how unbreakable your vampires are, how immortal and unbreakable they are. I feel like you would just thunk into the doorway like a bird at a window. Yes, optional squeaky noise descend to the ground. Yes. Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? We have had many conversations about vampire lore. Whenever vampires come up, we discuss how the rules work and how the lore is. Monsters, cannibals, and flesh horses are hot topics here. Yes. Was the opposite, finding ways to launch a vampire out of your house at greater and greater velocities. Could be. Increasingly emphatic on invitations. That would be fun too. That if you're just like, you are uninvited, then the vampire like feels compelled to like move towards the door but doesn't get yeeted out. And then it's if you're like, get out quietly, then there's like a little bit more. But if you're shouting at them, get out of my house, then they're getting yeeted. You know, that would be fun. If you live in an apartment and you invite the vampire in, can he still enter the apartment building to get to your apartment? Or does he have to climb through a window? That's an even better question. I do love the idea of like, well, to get into the apartment building, you have to talk to the landlord. To get into my place, I have to invite you. So either we talk to the landlord or you fly in through the window. Inviting someone into your apartment implies invitation into the building the apartment is a part of. Well, on the one hand, I could see that interpretation. That could work. On the other hand, would that mean that the vampire can now enter everybody's apartments? Or is it just like, you are invited to my apartment. This applies to the building, but not to all the apartments in the building. Right, a fun question that got posed to me recently. Can a vampire police officer enter a residence uninvited if they have a warrant? The police officer I asked says yes, because being a police officer would have more power than the vampiriness. Well, I was going to say yes, but not because being a police officer trumps vampiriness. I feel like vampiriness would trump police officerness, personally. It was because the warrant would be your invitation. Like, again, I think you could do it either way, but I feel like it's like, yeah, that's how it works with regular police. They, like, generally, they wouldn't be able to enter your house uninvited, but because they have a warrant, that acts as the invitation and they can go in. And so I feel like the same thing would apply to a vampire police officer. And honestly, that makes me think that, like, maybe it would be better to have vampire police officers in your world, because it's like, literally, they cannot enter your house unless they have a warrant. Mako says, unless there's a specific magic invoked with the warrant, no, warrants are legal documents. They don't override magical curses. So Mako disagrees. Gotcha. Ship of Theseus vampiring up in here. That one I don't know. That one I think gets too philosophical. Thank you for the cheer, writer. Good point. Yeah, if you replace everything, it's still your house, and so if you invited them to your house, even if your house looks totally different, it's still your house. Oh, writer says Fred says it's your house unless you replace the foundation. That's an interesting one. What if you airlift the house into a different location? Does the invitation remain? I would say so, because it's still your house and you're still invited. Just because it's in a different plot of land doesn't mean it's not your house. Mix holy water into the concrete of the foundation. Oh boy! So even if the vampire is invited, they can't go in. You just put vampire. You grow garlic all around. You know, you put. Oh my gosh! Now I'm thinking of like what is the most vampire-proof house? You put holy water into the foundation. You plant garlic all around the house, and then you make the house out of exclusively cross shapes. It's like one of the, like how the churches, like I think St. Peter's Basilica is a cross shape. So like your whole house is shaped like a cross, and now your vampire can't enter. Aw, Mako, I have missed weeks, but never voluntarily. Hate to hear it. Yeah. Rules like this in stories are about what they reflect upon the people in question, not meant to be scrutinized in a legal way. Inviting a vampire into your home is symbolic of letting your guard down and allowing an evil presence into a place you're meant to keep safe. Indeed. Well, and that's why it always goes back to intention, because, well, like, I mean, yeah. Because if writer indeed is like, yeah, that is how my vampires work. Like, every room they have to be invited into. That totally works. That's totally fine. I'm just not used to it, and so it wasn't clear to me, and so I guess I just need a little bit more to understand that from what I had here. But that is a totally valid way to do it if you want to do it that way, you know. Writer, I do have a fairy king who could use a door in the woods to keep his vampire mom out of his room. I love it. Yes. That would be mean, but so fun to play with. Thresholds of personal milestones. Vampire stuck at age 10 because he can't cross the threshold to puberty. Ooh, yeah, that would be a great way to do vampires, vampire aging, because it could. Oh, that would be fun. Because, like, you could have a vampire who, like, your vampires can have kids, and they don't age till the next year because it's a threshold until they're invited to. And so, like, you could have, like, a vampire parent who's like, no, I want a changeling child, basically. I want a baby forever. And so they never invite their child to grow up. And so they stay a baby forever. And, like, that could be, I don't know how, like, inviting yourself works, because I wonder if it could be like, no, I want to say 21 forever. And that is you uninviting yourself from 22. Even if other people are like, it's okay, you can become 22. It's like, no, you're inviting me, but I don't invite myself. So I'm not aging, you know? I guess in that case, maybe if, oh, that could be another way to take it too, that it could just be like, does the person want to age? So does the baby want to become 1 year old? Then they become 1 year old. And so whenever they stop wanting to, they are uninvited from crossing the threshold. That's fun. I like that a lot. I might actually use this in my Hallowed Things universe now. That's really fun. Yeah, true. How to win Kaylee's heart. Fun, emotional moments with vampires. Yes. vampire having to send a petition to a personification of time to get permission to reach the thresholds of certain life milestones. Ooh, yeah. And I guess I could use that in my Ballad of the Monsters universe. That's fun, too. I like that. We're getting real pedantic in here, so I don't know if I'm going to respond to those ones. I'm already late. Am I 2 hours late? Oh my gosh. Oh no. How much do we have left? I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was this long. Now I'm wondering if that rule was commonized when people lived in one-room houses where there were no transition points from room to room. Yeah, that's possible. Because there are doorways that don't have doors in them and potentially don't have thresholds on the doors. So yeah, that could be that kind of thing. I'd probably have to use specific language. You are no longer welcome here. Good day. Marks, in True Blood, you can absolutely rescind the invitation and an unseen force will yeet them out of the house. I think Buffy was similar, but they'd just be forced to walk out. Gotcha. I like the idea of vampires trying to enter uninvited or holy ground, just get slammed into the earth like a ton of bricks. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You could just have a priest come out and bless the ground. It's like, okay, priest, need you to come bless something. Oh, right, great. Like, are we doing like a child dedication or something? I need to bless you to bless this foundation. Why is that, my child? So that no vampires can enter it. All right. You know? Gotta bless the ground, gotta put holy water in the ground, gotta put garlic around, gotta make the house cross-shaped and make the windows cross-shaped. I love the idea of somebody being obsessed with vampires in a negative way. Being like, they can never enter, they'll never get me here, you know? Wow. In Levian, an unwelcome vampire is able to enter, but they start bleeding profusely to the point it could be called melting. Gosh. Oh, right, like the warrant thing. Warrants and landlords are human legal constructs. A vampire needs to be invited by the person whose home it is. Isn't ownership a human concept? Why does legal concept, why does the concept of ownership work, but the concept of legality doesn't work? Well, we've had that conversation before. Like, it depends on your lore, as everything does. Some, it doesn't matter if you what religion you were. Vampires are hurt by crosses. In some, it's just, you know, the shape of it. It's not anything about religion, you know. I don't want to go through that whole conversation again. We had that conversation weeks ago. Go find that story by Reincarnator. Would having a parent inviting you to age with that invitation just be throwing a birthday party? Oh, that would be an even cuter reason to throw birthday parties, that it's literally inviting you to grow older. That's fun. Good time though, it's just about time for me to head out. That proves it was 2 hours, because you said 2 hours is what you had. I'm really glad I started with you now. Alrighty, let's see. Grandpa Vampire Grampire, I love that. I think it's more about the occupation of the house dwelling. Warrant equals invitation in Wolf's mind. This reminds me of a comic that showed vampire permissions being used as a method to determine property lines in surveying. Yeah, that would be fun. Holy water moat. Yes, you just have a moat around your normal suburban white picket fence house. Alrighty, Rue. Very fun story, writer. Very fun conversation. At least for me. I hope you guys thought it was fun. Alright. I might actually have to start setting timers, though. Okay. A demon with no feelings don't deserve to live. Demons and Circuits. 5 marks. 350 words. Xander sighed. Look, Murphy. Me and Serenity went through a lot of effort to make this island a refuge from demons. Murphy chuckled. And then I show up with a demon. I get it. I'm putting you in an awkward position, but you can stay here, Murphy. I'm cool with that. I can teach you the magic I know so you can better defend yourself. That's fine. But Nisha has to go. Murphy smiled wider. I like it here. You have no idea how nice it is to not worry about being eaten alive every day. You and Serenity are awesome. But if Nisha goes, I go. I'd rather live my life in a terror-fueled nightmare than be without her. Xander pinched the bridge of his nose. Dude, with all due respect, there is so much Stockholm in your syndrome, you can't even see straight. Murphy laughed. I know it seems that way, but she literally ate your best friend in front of you. She was hungry, and she didn't know any better. To Nisha, it was just a necessary display of dominance. Xander rubbed his temples. You are really not helping your case there. Murphy smiled. I know, but she's not like that anymore. Mostly. Then why is she so against me teaching you magic? Murphy chuckled again. She says she doesn't want me putting myself in danger, but I'm pretty sure she just hates the idea of me not being completely dependent on her for survival. And you don't see a massive problem with that? She was raised in hell. We have to meet in the middle on a lot of things. Our relationship is a codependent dumpster fire, I can admit that. But she'll have my heart until it stops beating, and I'll always have hers. If that means we can't stay here, so be it. We'll still have each other. You are insane. You know that, right? She broke your brain. Murphy grinned back. Possibly. But she makes me happy. Just like Serenity would make you happy if you got that stick out of your ass. Oh, fuck you. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you love it. Toast medium. Questions from Marks. 1. Does everything make sense? 2. Are you on Xander's side here and not letting Nisha stay? He's gonna let them stay anyway, but logically he probably shouldn't. 3. Does Murphy seem insane here, or do you just feel like he's fallen hard in love? 4. Did the prompt use work well? It was meant to have the obvious use of Xander saying Murphy has a place here, but Nisha doesn't, and then the other as Murphy saying Nisha's place is with him, and vice versa. So I will post these questions in the chat. Oh, thank you for all the cheers. Always lovely to see the little shiny cheers. Ghoulish Misfit, Magistrate, Ironlong, and Mako Cam. Really appreciate it. A couple deer just ran past me on the street. Nice. At least I hope it's nice. I think I'd be excited about deer. I don't know why that sounds like I'm easily excited by little things. It's just like, wow, deer. Alrighty, Rue. As per usual for your stories, I think the story is quite well written, and I was gonna say and a fun read, but I feel like applying that to all of them, it's like, well, I don't know if all of the Alex ones are always a fun read, but you are a good writer, and I think it's written well, and I thought this was pretty fun. Interesting to see, like, I think we've been in this stage of Demons and Circuits for a while, of debating on whether or not Nisha can come. So especially because it's been probably months between stories, it really feels like it has been, they have been debating for a long time. Just 60 bits from the next unlock. Nice. First of all, I'm never sure if I should attempt to sing the titles, like this, because I feel like I could, but I get nervous to sing in front of people. Like, so many times I can sing a song perfectly well by myself, and then the minute I try to sing it in front of other people, it goes wrong. And so I fear that happening. Literally, when I started, I had, what is it called? The song that gets reprised in Has Been Hotel season 2 episode 4. I had that going through my head, and I was gonna sing a line from it, and I was like so ready, and then I started, and I was like, nope, not doing it. But yes, as if you don't know, Marks has been using K-pop Demon Hunter song lyrics as his titles for the last 3 stories, I think it is. And they all, I think at least 2 of them, at least the 2 I was talking about on stream, if not all of them, I don't remember what the middle one was, have worked extremely and surprisingly well. Also, side note, before I forget, so I went to see the Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein again in theaters last Sunday, and I didn't know that they were doing like a theater thing with gay pop with K-pop Demon Hunters at the theater, and so I went to the bathroom in the middle of the movie. And the theater next to the bathroom was playing K-pop Demon Hunters, and the door was open. And right when I went to the bathroom is when they were playing Your Idol, which is my favorite song from the movie. And so I just kind of like lingered a little bit and like looked at the corner of the screen that I could see and was like, it's so loud, wonderful, before I went back to my movie. But that was a fun little blessing I got that day. All right, Hiro. I think you introduce the problem very well. Immediately, it's like, hey, guess what? This place is a refuge for demons, and Murphy showed up with a demon. And I think it works because it's like, sure, it's like maybe a little bit as you know, but this feels very much like a conversation that they could have, where it's just like, yeah, we went through effort to make this a refuge from demons, and I show up with one. Like, sure, everybody in the scene knows that he showed up with a demon, but this sounds perfectly natural for him to say. So I do like Xander being like, you can stay here, that's fine, we're cool with you. Not Nisha, though. When I first walked away from this story, I didn't see the prompt, and I think part of it is quite simply that you can stay here and you will always have a place here have slightly different vibes to me. They can be the same, and in this case your intent was for them to be the same, but I think that him actually saying the prompt of like, you'll always have a place here, Murphy, or you will always be welcome here, Murphy, I think would work better, because you can stay here does kind of have the vibe of like, it could be like, I don't really like you that much, but I'll accept you to stay here. It's okay, you know? It's just like, and it could be temporary. It could be, you can stay here for the moment. Sort of thing, but saying you will always be welcome, I think would be a lot clearer for the prompt here. And I guess it could be the fact that he literally says, I'm cool with that, the next line. I like it. It sounds very natural to like a modern character and stuff, and it makes him feel more, I don't know, more modern, I guess, more in our time. But it does make it more casual. It does make it like, I'm cool with you staying here. It's not like, I care about you, dear friend, and you will always have a place here. It's just like, you want to stay here? Cool, whatever. I don't know you, but that's fine. You know, sort of thing. I do appreciate his offer to teach Murphy magic. That's neat. I feel like we should try to find a way for Murphy to do this, despite what Nisha wants, because I feel like there are times when Nisha won't be able to protect him, and so I feel like having some magical tools under his belt would be very good. Like, Nisha, that's the argument to make. Nisha, you want him to live, right? Okay, I understand that you have the power to protect him, and that's great and everything, but there are times where I don't think you will always be able to protect him, especially in this demon-ridden world. So, him having another tool in his belt would be good. You will always be our first resort. But be good to have just, like, another couple of tools. I do think it's sweet that how Murphy kind of does the sandwich method. He's like, okay, like, I do love it here. It is great. You guys are great. But no, though. You know? Oh, by the way, this one's a difficult one where I do just kind of give Murphy and Xander both my default, slightly deeper voice. And so I had to differentiate them, and so I had I had Xander be more staccato, like, look, Murphy, me and Serenity, like that kind of thing. I had Murphy's voice be a little bit smoother, like, and then I show up with a demon. Does that work? Can you actually hear the difference? It's it's already late, so I probably shouldn't be going on these side notes, but a side note, I feel like with these stories, I feel like I do like the best I can, but sometimes I feel like I don't voice act them great because it's just like, here's my default man voice, here's my default lady voice, and a lot of the stories just get those, and they're not that exciting or anything like that. But as I've been reacting to Hazbin Hotel, and I've been editing my reactions and stuff, like, when I mimicked Alistair and Nifty, I was like, that sounds good, I think. I don't know if I'm hyping myself up too much, but, like, that sounded pretty good. And so it's like, I think that I could do more voices, but, like, I'm not gonna throw an Alistair voice into your story without a good reason for it. So, like, I'm not gonna give you a particularly out there voice unless you there's a particular reason for it, or you ask for it, or something like that. So, I don't know if anybody else finds it interesting, but I guess I just kind of, I maybe have been feeling somewhat down on, like, oh, like, I don't feel like I'm as good of a voice actor with the stories as I could be. And then when I heard that, I was like, oh, maybe I'm at least decent enough in the voice acting department. But the stories just don't call for, you know, more voices than normal. More voices than normal man and normal lady a lot of the time. But anywho. Where was I? Oh yeah, he was sandwiching his bad news with some positiveness, and that was sweet. And, like, that is quite the statement, that he would rather live in a terror-fueled nightmare than be without her. And first of all, there is so much Stockholm in your syndrome. Fantastic joke regardless, but it is so much better that it is this response to that it's like, Murphy just made a crazy statement, and so Xander makes an equally crazy statement in response, and I think it works very well. And especially, like, I do like how, I don't know, modern and casual Xander sounds, because it's like, my dude, my bro, you know, there's so much Stockholm in your syndrome. It just sounds like how someone today would talk, and it sounds great. For the character. And again, I also love that, like, she literally ate your best friend in front of you. Like, very much like, I forget what the exact quote is, but it's like, he killed 1,000 people in 2 days. He's adopted? You know, very much that vibe. Like, yeah, he's my brother, I care about him. He killed a lot of people, Thor. Well, he is adopted. You know, it's like, yeah, I love Nisha. She's the best. I'd rather live in a terror-fueled nightmare than be without her. She, killed your best friend in front of you, Xander. She was hungry. And I think we'll come back to that, probably. I mostly love Xander's dialogue in this story. I'm like, we'll come back to it with, like, overall thoughts and your questions and stuff, but yeah, I'm very much with him, and his delivery on the lines just makes it better. I'm like, I'm with him, and that was a great delivery on it. I don't know that this is really this is kind of another one of those things where it's like, did I need to know it sooner? Not really. Would it have been nice to know it sooner? Yes. With Nisha being against Xander teaching him magic, because earlier in the story he's like, I will teach you magic, and nothing is brought up as a problem for that. And And so then when he's like, so why is she so against me teaching you magic? Then my immediate thought is, she's against you teaching Murphy magic. And so you probably didn't have the words to add it in earlier, but like something like, you know, even just, I guess, like, without her here, I can teach you magic would kind of imply you couldn't teach him magic with her here, or despite what Nisha says, you know, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess despite what Nisha says would sound weird because it's like you're kicking her out. It doesn't matter what she says anymore. So I guess it would have to be something like, without Nisha here, I can teach you magic, or you would have to just explain it, you know, and have Murphy be like, but Nisha doesn't want me to learn magic. It's like, yeah, we're kicking her out, you know? So I do think it's interesting, again, especially having been watching Hazbin Hotel, it's interesting to have this line of, yeah, she was raised in hell. She thinks differently than those of us who are raised on Earth. And so we have to compromise on things and stuff like that. I don't know that I totally understand the connection where it's like, yeah, she doesn't want me, she wants me to be completely dependent on her for survival and stuff like that. And it's like, she was raised in hell, and it's like, well, what I know of your hell is that nobody relies on anybody for anything. It's a free-for-all, you know? Everybody is willing to kill everybody else, or very much harm anybody else for any reason. Maybe just existence. And so, you know, saying like, yeah, she was raised in hell, therefore she wants me to be dependent on her. I'm like, I feel like it would be the opposite. She was raised in hell, therefore she does not care if I survive, you know? Therefore, she wants me to be self-sufficient, because everybody needs to be self-sufficient in hell, you know? I don't really get the logic of that. But I do like, in general, this concept of like, yeah, she was raised in hell. She has a completely different view on the world, and so we gotta compromise. We gotta meet in the middle. I also like him admitting it's a codependent dumpster fire. That's great. I do think the line, she'll have my heart until it stops beating and I'll always have hers, is a beautiful line. Maybe it has to be removed from the context to be beautiful, but I do think there's beauty there. And I do think, in general, that is something about this story, is that, like, I do, in general, agree with Xander, and we'll come back to why, but I do think just this idea of, like, he's so in love with her that he would risk extreme, you know, harm and a terrible way to die and everything so that he will be with her. There is something sweet and beautiful about that. Me knowing that, I think what you're going for is that, yes, it is all genuine. Like, they do genuinely care about each other. This isn't just like, he is insane. It is genuine love, and she does genuinely care and everything like that. And so, especially knowing that, I do think there is something, like, sweet and cute and beautiful in, like, the fact that it's like, I care about her so much, I would risk anything and everything to be with her, you know? Again, love Xander's line of, like, especially that staccato, you are insane. You know that, right? She broke your brain. So I am curious if this line means you did decide to make Serenity and Xander's relationship romantic after all, because I remember you saying that you were leaning towards friendship, but you could go romantic potentially. And so I don't know if this means you are going romantic with it, or if it means that that's how Murphy interprets it, but that isn't where the story is going to go. Also, I saw an ad. Did the ad get snoozed, or are we still about to have an ad? There it is. Okay. There is the ad. I just saw Wolves. She wants me to rely on her alone. Massive red flag. Okay, let's go to our next prompt to discuss. Tell me, which side are you on? I kind of like, I guess maybe especially because it's always submitted next to This Isn't Time to Make New Enemies, I do feel like I get kind of similar vibes in a way between the prompts, even though they're different. So tell me, which side are you on? Yeah, I mean, it pretty much says itself. That it's just like, yeah, there can be a war, there can be just an argument between friends, there can be, I don't know, a political thing going on, and all of it has sides, you know? It can even be a board game that you're playing, you know? Are you playing black or are you playing white? You know, which side are you on? And I feel like this is a common thing of like, hey, you know, you with the bad guys or you with the good guys? You know, which side are you on? Are you with me or are you against me? And it's kind of like, I think kind of said when it's like somebody's on your side and then they say something that sounds like they agree with the other side. And you're like, which side are you on, bro? You know? Or you're having an argument with a friend and then your third friend, you know, comes to defend you and then they say something to defend the other person. It's like, oh, whose side are you on, bud? And so, yeah, I think all of that works well. That's a very, like, fun, interesting dynamic for, a fun, interesting dynamic for a story, a scene to have. And so I think that that works well. And now that I have thought of it as like side could literally just be like, what side of the table are you on? Are you going to play the white or the black side of the chessboard? Where are you going to sit down? Or I guess it could be like get my good side kind of thing. Photographer, which side of me are you on? Are you on the good side? That could work really well. So I already liked the prompt. I don't recall if I vote for it every week. My guess would be that I do. But yeah, so I already liked it. I thought it worked well, that dynamic of like, hey bud, are you with the villains? That's great. That's full of tension and drama. I like that a lot. And knowing it could be that more generic, are you getting my good side? You know, which side of the table are you sitting on? Makes it even more applicable, and I like it even more. So I quite like that prompt. Yeah, which seat can I take? Yeah, tell me, which is it? Are you team waffles or team pancakes? French toast. Mm-hmm. That could be it too. Wolf doesn't know what you do with the prompt. Gotcha. Bride side or groom side at a wedding, totally. That for sure. Are you revisiting some of these? Could have sworn we looked over those two before. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I didn't. I don't think so. I think we've gone over the enemies one, but not the side one. All right, back to the story. So, oh yeah, so I was asking if it is gonna be romantic or not. I remember, I think the first time this came up, I think it was from Serenity's perspective, and I was like, it does kind of read like she views him romantically, but then when you were like, you know, I'm kind of leaning towards just making them friends. I'm always a fan of that because I think there's so much romance in the world. I mean, I was just talking about this in one of the latest Hotel reactions. And so I don't want to get too much into it, but being who I am and valuing the things that I do, I really value platonic relationships, and I don't feel like I get a whole lot of like, this is a friendship and that's all it needs to be. They don't need to be shipped to be a beautiful, amazing relationship. And so I don't get a lot of that, and I like that. I relate to that. And so when you were like, I'm thinking of just having them be friends, I was like, you know what? Let's do that. I like that. I don't get a lot of that. So personally, if it is gonna be a romance now, that after the conversation now might disappoint me a little bit, but they are your characters. It is totally fine to do whatever you want with them, and my initial thought was that it seemed like her feelings were romantic, and so it doesn't feel out of character or anything like that. It still totally works. Those are just my my thoughts. But okay, the all-important question. Does Murphy seem insane, or does he just seem like he's in love? Well, the immediate answer is both. But basically, I think the thing is that, like I was saying, I am agreeing with Xander in the story, and even though I am pretty sure that this is meant to be despite all the eating of friends and bloodshed in the story, I think it is ultimately meant to be wholesome. Like maybe not the whole story fitting under the category of wholesome, but like their romance is meant to be wholesome. That it is meant to be, they are actually in love. It is meant to be cute and as healthy as it can be when you are a demon and a boy who is sought after by demons, you know. And so I think the intention is that, you know, he has just fallen hard in love. But I think that the issue is that we don't get to hear any positives for Nisha. That basically, so let's see. I'd rather live in a terror-fueled nightmare than be without her. This is neither like positive nor negative. It's just like, oh, you clearly really love her. This could be a problem, like, oh no, not healthy, that you want to, you're willing to go that far for her. Or it could be like, no, that's great, true love it. You know, this one, no judgment there. And then, she literally ate your best friend in front of you. She was hungry. That response definitely seems like, oh no, she has broken your brain, good sir. Because I guess that's the thing, is like, as someone who loves redeemable villain characters, the thing about liking redeemable villains is that liking a character and like potentially thinking there's like more good to them than bad and stuff like that doesn't mean ignoring the bad. And so like, I mean, I was just like talking in the Frankenstein subreddit recently, where for me, I think that both Victor and the creature have their faults and have their good qualities. Now, it does, like in the original book, you have a lot more reasons to sympathize with the creature than with Victor. But they both have done things wrong, and they both have done, you know, I was gonna say they both have done things right, but I may need to double check, because it is possible that Victor makes the wrong decision at every turn. They both have reasons to sympathize with them. I'll say it like that. They both have done stuff wrong, and they both have reasons to sympathize with them. And so like the thing is that some people just kind of completely absolve the creature of all guilt because Victor created him and then abandoned him. And so it's like, well, ultimately this is all Victor's fault because Victor's the one who created him and Victor's the one who abandoned him. None of this would have happened if Victor didn't do that. I can definitely understand that, and I can understand, yeah, probably none of this would have happened if he was actually acted like a loving father to the creature, and probably nobody would have died. But the thing is, the creature still made the choice to kill people. And that's still a terrible thing to do. Neglecting someone is a terrible thing to do, but so is murdering someone. And so, like, to me, like, to really, I don't know, understand and, understand the book to its fullest and see the characters as objectively as you can, you need to acknowledge that they both have reasons to sympathize with them and both have done terrible things, you know? And so that's the thing, that like liking a character doesn't mean that you are completely, you condone everything that they do, you know? And so that's the thing, that right here, he is condoning what she does. And not only is he condoning what she did, what she did is eat his best friend. And so that very much seems like, oh, you can't see straight, my bud. You know, that if he was like, yeah, that was horrible, that was traumatic, that was not okay, but she hasn't done that in a while, it'd be like, okay, yeah, like you understand that this is not okay and you are addressing it as such, but you also still love her, and you are giving us some reasons to love her as well, which is that she hasn't done that in a while. You know, but the fact that it's like, it was totally justified, and the reason it was justified is something so simple as she was hungry. that definitely reads like, this is a problem. Like, this is not healthy. Like, it seems like this is not something that that we should root for, you know? And I think that we are supposed to root for it, so I think that's kind of a problem, you know? So she didn't know any better does work a little bit better, where it's like, yep, she was a demon fresh out of hell. She didn't know any better. She does now, and she doesn't do it now. You know, that kind of works as like, hey, wasn't okay what happened, but here's why it happened. She didn't know any better. She knows better now. Then that seems more like, okay, this is fine. This is healthy enough, you know. And then Tanisha was just a necessary display of dominance. Goes back to the, oh no, that's not a good enough reason, and you are condoning her actions, you know? That it's just like, yeah, it was necessary. Why was it necessary? To display dominance. It's like, yeah, if my boyfriend kills my best friend to display dominance, he is no longer my boyfriend. You know, that is unacceptable. That is not a worthy reason to condone or excuse these actions, you know? And so then he says, I know she's not like that. She's not like that anymore, mostly. And on the one hand, I feel like that does its job of being like, okay, like, you know, she's not like that anymore, and that's important. There is the qualifier of mostly, and so it's like, okay, that could be better. That could be stronger. But this is very much undermined by the previous things he said of like, so you actually thought it was okay. Like, it would be one thing if it's like, yeah, that wasn't okay, but she hasn't done that in a while. Like, she does it on occasion, but she's trying to be better. It'd be like, okay, like, I'm with you, man. But if it's just like, it was totally fine. She was hungry. She had to display dominance. She didn't know any better, and she hasn't done it in a while. It's like, that two of those reasons were acceptable, and the two that weren't acceptable kind of negate the ones that were, you know? And then, and then oh yeah, she's not okay with me not being completely dependent on her. I do agree with Wolf that immediately it's like, that is a massive red flag. One of the reaction channels I watch, Alex Myers, he has this like stock animation that he puts up for red flags where it's a whole parade that, you know, plays a song and it has a red flag that says big ol' red flag. That is playing through my head as I read that, where it's like, yeah, that feels like a textbook abuser behavior, you know? And so, like, that by default, that just by default feels like a not okay thing. And there is nothing here to be like, okay, I mean, I was gonna say there's nothing here to say, okay, here's why. The reason we're given is because she was raised in hell, and like I said, I don't really see the connection, and so that isn't enough for me to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I think what's going on here is like, you're trying to convey, hey, he recognizes that's not healthy, that's why he says it's a codependent dumpster fire. But the problem is that this is the kind of, is bad enough that it's like, no, this isn't just, our relationship has problems, but, you know, it's okay, we love each other. It's like, your problem is that she sounds like an abuser. That's not a, aw, but we love each other, though, kind of thing. That's like, that needs to be dealt with before I can accept that you love each other, you know? that kind of thing. What else was I gonna say about that? And like there is like this element of like, yeah, sure, you can like, I mean, I guess this kind of goes into the like, I can fix him thing. Like, sure, you can go into a relationship and there are times where you can genuinely fix the person, but generally you shouldn't bank on that. You shouldn't be like, yes, he will be an okay boyfriend once I fix him. It's like, no, I think be a lot healthier for you to get into a relationship with somebody who you don't need to fix. You know, everybody has their problems, their Yeah, their problematic tendencies and everything. You're never gonna get somebody who's perfect, but some people are less perfect than others. And so there is kind of this element of, I think that kind of the better way to go about the like I can fix him thing is like, I might be interested in a relationship with you if you go fix yourself first. And if then again, that can be a problem too, because like somebody can like pretend to be better just to get in a relationship with you. So maybe it needs to be not said out loud. Internally you can go, I'm kind of interested in this person romantically, but they need therapy. They have problems, and these problems are big enough that I don't think it would be good to be in a relationship with them. So you know what, they're an option after they go to therapy. And maybe I can go into a relationship with them after they fix themselves, kind of thing. This kind of feels like that sort of thing where it's like, okay, once you fix that, then we're good. But like this being present in the relationship is like, there's a big red flag in the corner, Murphy. I'm worried about you. Kind of thing. So, like, in general, like, for other things about their relationship, I think that she was raised in hell, we need to meet in the middle, does actually work as an explanation. Like, I don't know if I can off the top of my head think of an example of what you could say for that. I don't know, I guess, like... I mean, this feels, like, too gentle for it, but, like, how Reincarnator's story ends... Spoilers for Reincarnator's story ends with, I don't want to wake up alone. And that is completely valid. That is a totally valid thing to think and to want. And I love that X responds with, yes, ma'am, I won't make you, wake up alone. I love that part of the story. That's probably my favorite part. So, like, that kind of thing. If she's like, yeah, I was raised in hell. It was scary. I was alone a lot of the time. I don't want to wake up alone, then... And then he's like, yeah, okay, like, maybe that means that I need to go to work late sometimes so that you don't wake up alone. But that's a compromise I'm willing to make so that you don't wake up alone. I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's great. I feel like that example is a little too positive because I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask, and that you most times wouldn't even need to compromise on it. It would just be like, yeah, cool, I won't make you wake up alone. So I'm trying to think of something a little more, like, okay, that's a little problematic, but not like, you need to get rid of that problematic. It's like, okay, yeah, I see how that's unhealthy, but it's okay, I understand, like, we need to compromise. You don't need to break up over it or anything, that kind of thing. There are things that would fit into this category, but she wants me to be completely dependent on her. Doesn't feel like it quite fits into that category of like, okay, yeah, that's a little unhealthy, but we're gonna work through that and it's okay to compromise. That feels like we need to get rid of that before we can be together kind of thing. That's a problem, And maybe I just have like, I'll hear what the chat thinks, and maybe I just have a different threshold. Maybe other people are like, no, actually, that's that fits more into that category of like, that's not really cool, but as long as we're working on it, it's okay, kind of thing. Excuse me. And so then after all of these massive red flags, like, we don't get anything that's showing like, but here's all the good things that she does, not just like, well, first of all, you have the, let's make it clearer that she doesn't do that anymore. But let's also talk about what are the great things she does. Why do you love her? Kind of thing. Because I'm sure there would be a long list of things that are actually genuinely green flags and great things that she does. At least I hope there would be. And then I could be like, okay, like, these things aren't cool, but I'm glad we have a pile of green flags over here. Like, that helps. That would lean me more towards the... He's just in love, and yeah, there's some unhealthy parts, but more on the love side. But the fact that we don't get like the good things, we only get the bad things, it does feel like he's kind of insane, and their relationship is a massive red flag that boy needs to run, So again, it always comes back to intent, that like the story works wonderfully if you wanted me to leave feeling like boy needs to run, the whole thing's a massive red flag. But I don't think that was the intent, and so that's part of why I'm talking about it like this. Of course, I still love the characters, and like I said, I am pretty sure that from information I have outside the story, that there are green flags, and there are reasons to root for them and their relationship and like it and stuff like that. But just critiquing this particular story, I do feel like those red flags are waving proudly. A little too proudly. And then, I'm pretty with him at the, it sounds like she broke your brain. It sounds like you are, yeah. Let's see, did I answer all your questions? Makes sense to me. And then I am on Xander's side. Regarding, like, letting her stay or not, I mean, it does, I know Nisha well enough to know it will probably be okay, but even knowing Nisha, I still lean towards Xander's side of like, okay, yeah, he said she hasn't done that lately, mostly. You know, she doesn't do that anymore, mostly. That mostly is enough to mean that everyone on the island dies. that on a bad day, on a mostly day, Nisha might kill and eat everyone on the island. And so if I were Xander, I would not take that risk. I mean, granted, I'm a super empathetic person, so maybe I would not be able to put my foot down. Maybe I'd just be like, I really want to, but like, you know, I'm so much of a pushover that I will just let you, you know, keep her. I guess that's the thing, is like, I'm a pushover, but it doesn't really like Xander is. And so I feel like I would necessarily let her in or not? I feel like I shouldn't, but I might. But Xander feels like he definitely shouldn't. And then, logically he shouldn't. And I guess that's the thing, is that this isn't the story of him letting her stay, and so I cannot, you know, fully critique when he lets her stay, because that has not happened yet. And so if and when that story comes up, we'll see what I think of it. What was I gonna say? Totally lost my train of thought here. That I don't really understand. Yeah, that we'll see how it goes, and maybe once you write that story, I'll be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's probably not logically the best decision, but it makes sense why he made it. As right now, it seems like he himself realizes he has no reasons to let her stay. Murphy is giving him one whole reason for her to stay, that he's in love with her. And even that seems debatable. Even that seems like this might indeed be Stockholm Syndrome and not actual love. She might be an abuser. It might be better for literally everybody to get him away from her. You know? Even if it's kicking and screaming, maybe our best course of action is get him away from her, you know, kind of thing. So as is, it does feel like it doesn't follow that he lets her stay. But I haven't read the story, so, you know, we'll see what happens when he does, you know. And then I talked about the prompt that I feel like a little stronger of phrasing there would help. I do think that granted, I didn't see it on a first read, but especially on reads after, I do see the Nisha is my place. I will always have a place with Nisha. Like, even if we're out in a terror-filled nightmare, I will always have my place in Nisha. And that is, like, again, that is cute in the sense that I think I know it's supposed to be cute, if that makes sense. Let's see what folks have been saying. Alex's story's not being a fun read is very fair. There was just one other story about this. Yep, this is the second story. Oh, gotcha. Gay pop? That too. I do think your idol's my fave, says Mark. Is nice. Make out. Honestly, Free is mine, but your idol is a close second. Fair. Interesting. Mark's Free was initially my least favorite, but it's massively grown on me. I do think Free is up there in terms of the songs I like. Read the last lines make me think out loud. Speaking of relationships, let's talk about yours, and especially how you'd have one if you weren't such an idiot. That's great. Narks. Lol, I'm pretty sure Nisha will be convinced using that logic. Like my logic of, hey, you want him to survive, right? You will be option one, but, let's have some other tools. You think she would be convinced to let him do it? Narks, I enjoyed the reading, actually, so I think you did really well. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Redrove, the only critique I have is that in the beginning we're introduced to Xander, who seems to preside over an island, who is a magic teacher, etc., etc. So I was a bit thrown by the word dude. But that's just me and as nitpicky as heck, regardless. That's fair. That is a good point. I do know Xander, and I know that he is a tech bro. He is a magic tech bro, not a yes, a regal little wizard on his island. But that is totally fair that he just sounds like, yeah, he's the wise wizard who owns an island. Why is he saying dude? But now this makes me think of, like, Dumbledore or Arthur in the Sword, or not Arthur, Merlin in the Sword in the Stone. I think it's the Sword in the Stone, the Disney movie. Saying that is hilarious. Mako, the different cadences stood out to me as well in the voices. Gotcha. Mark's lol, he's technically a techno mage, so he would be pretty modern. I figured putting the techno in the magic was unnecessary for the story. Well, it might have helped Redrove, potentially. I don't know if it still would have been like, no, that makes him more worthy of respect, or if it would have been like, ah, yes, okay, he is a little more of a dude bro when you add techno. Added to the crazy of Murphy. Murphy will be the war machine to Xander's Iron Man. Nice. At the very least, I see a Batman utility belt of techno magic powered gadgets. Yes. Oh, that'd be great. That Xander's just like super proficient in techno magic, and Murphy's like, I have my belt. I have a ray gun. Mark said, at the very least, Serenity will have feelings for Xander. I haven't decided if he'll accept them back. Gotcha. Mark's, I'm still leaning very heavily into them being platonic, but I like the idea of Serenity at least starting out with romantic feelings and maybe being happy eventually with friendship. I do like that. Yeah, it has like a little bit of a Tinkerbell and Peter Pan thing where it's like, she loves him, but he's like, love, what is that? I mean, for Xander, that's not accurate to Xander because he has literally been in love before. But yeah, I think that works for me if that still satisfies my desire for a platonic, like committed platonic relationships, is to have one of them at least start out in love and then it never go further off from the other side. Mako, I kind of read it as Murphy recognizing Serenity's feelings for Xander and that Xander's not accepting them for one reason or another. Makes sense. Documenter says, the makings of Stockholm Syndrome. I don't know if you're talking about Murphy or referring to what Mako just said about Serenity and Xander. Mark's, a lot of Nisha and Murphy's relationship is her doing something messed up, and he has to explain why it's messed up from his point of view, and she explains why it wasn't from hers, and they work out a mostly not messed up middle ground. Gotcha. Yeah, that does make sense. I guess that's all I really need is more of Murphy thinking it's messed up. And so, yeah, if Murphy's like, hey, that was messed up, and Nisha's like, it wasn't, and then they kind of accept at least a little bit of each other's views to meet in the middle. That makes sense. Do we need to start submitting swag Wizard Tower again? I mean, didn't Xander build a pocket Death Star? Even just the utility belt would be overkill. Here's your ray gun, here's your Death Star, here's your video games with immortal chickens in them. Here's your Game Boy with immortal chickens. Let's see. My boy boy needs a wake-up call. She hasn't eaten me yet. That means she loves me. Nobody's nerfect. Nice. How to derail Kaylee 2.0 endearingly. What was the derail? I don't think anybody derailed me that time. I think I derailed myself. Yeah, I disagree that Beauty and the Beast is Stockholm Syndrome as well. And, like, that's part of the whole point, is that she's like, no, my good sir, this is not okay. That when he's mean to her, she's like, stop it. Get some help. Like, she doesn't accept him when he's being mean to her. Like, that's part of the whole point. I mean, I think a lot of people have debunked the idea of Beauty and the Beast being Stockholm Syndrome, but also a lot of people still just kind of throw that out there without thinking. Yeah, exactly. He throws her into cell until he decides to allow her to be more comfortable. Well, yeah, that happens, but that doesn't make her love him. We don't really see her show him affection until after the wolf attack. Exactly. Did you say Immortal Chickens? I did. What prompt was that for? I think that was for, like, a gag prompt, kind of. Or no, it was based on a joke I said the stream before, and Marks was like, I'm gonna write that in. But I don't remember exactly what the joke was or what the prompt he wrote it for was. Truth. Something that's worth pointing out is that the second Beast gives Belle the choice to leave, she bounces to save her father. Truth. I don't know what we're exactly-ing, but it's always fun to be exactly about something I said. To be fair, bro is delicious, so her not eating him takes a lot of restraint. That is great. It's like, she hasn't eaten me yet, so that must mean she loves me. Bro. Well, to be fair, he is absolutely heckin' delicious, so there is something genuinely to be admired in the fact that she hasn't eaten him. Yes, there's a story where Xander makes a video game with an immortal chicken. Immortal chickens in a game? You mean the Cuckoos in Zelda, right? JK. Mm-hmm. Alrighty, Rue. Very fun story, Marks. Let us go on to Documents' story. And I have been debating on whether I should give the radio voice an Alistair voice. Maybe I should, now that I've actually mentioned it. Alright. There's no place like Hearth. My Documents are 350 words. Gia wrinkled her nose. Oh, I should have put that in red. Is it Gia or Gia? Let's figure this out before I mean, before I start reading. I already started reading, but oh, thanks for posting the questions, Doc. The fact that I was about to say that that doesn't answer it because you're just lengthening the E, but I'm guessing the fact that you used a G instead of a J means it's Gia. Okay, that is what I would guess too, but I wanted to check. All right. There's no place like Hearth. My Documents are 350 words. Gia wrinkled her nose as the radio blared the weather report. Hatchlings are searching for their new lairs. If you're lucky, you'll see some soaring in the skies, looking to belong. Dragons. What a pain, she grumbled. She stuffed a chunky wood piece into her hearth. It didn't occur to her that it would spit back out. Leah was preparing her kettle when the lump rolled to her knees. What? Gia scooped up the chunk again, inserted it, but a scaly tail flung it out again. The hearth was harboring a football-sized reptile. Remember, folks, you need a license to keep a dragon. Scarlets in particular prefer warm strongholds, and they love to bake. Absolutely not, Gia snarled. Get! The scarlet creature blinked one eye, the other, and then curled up comfortably. Gia snapped up, marched for her closet, and snatched a broom. Out, she insisted. The dragon idled lazily until it saw her oven. It eagerly jumped and scuttled across her floor to scrutinize closely. It hopped from the tile to the counter and found her grandma's recipe book. Don't. Gia rushed with her broom, readied it, but faltered at the creature's eyes. She may as well be kicking a puppy. She lowered the broom and smoothed her apron. Don't damage that. It's an heirloom. The dragon gazed intently before nodding and flicking through the pages. The first had sketches of a dragon. Perplexed, it pointed. Grandma baked for neighbors on this floor, so everyone felt like they belonged. Its head tilted and pointed aggressively again. Yes, she had a dragon assistant. It pointed at her broom. Gia gripped the handle. I dislike dragons, she sighed at its confusion. They remind me of her. It hurts. The dragon tapped its foot before poking at the book again. Its tail wagged when it spotted a delicious recipe. Then it pushed the book towards Gia. She frowned. You want to make it? It's gonna go bad after a day. The dragon's nostrils flared in annoyance. It flipped back to the first page with the sketches and pointed at Grandma's drawing. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Sorry, I accidentally said grandma instead of grandmother earlier. Yeah, this was an interesting one because I usually would give my default girl voice to Gia, but I think just the fact that she was so angry made me want to go deeper with it. I mean, I didn't go deeper, I just used my normal voice for her, but I hope that worked okay. And I did a little bit of Alistair. I don't think I went full Alistair, but I went a little bit Alistair on the radio voice, and I hope that sounded okay. Thanks for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlong. Alright, the questions and the notes. Toastiness, medium. Notes, annotated version to be determined. Does the title fit the story? It's a placeholder. Is it still a placeholder, or is this a new one? Thanks for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlong and Mako Cam. Is it clear what the dragon is non-verbally asking? Questions by Gia answering normally. I guess that means that the dragon is. And then questions for stream. Does the title fit the story? Oh, I see. These are the edited. Was the prompt too obvious or just right? Did the dragon's non-verbal questions make sense by having Gia answer them? If not, what other tools could I use to remedy this? Was there anything difficult to read / picture, or did you find this an easy read? Do you like this style of writing? Is there anything that stands out? Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. And Magistrate says the radio voice was good. Marks, it felt like a blend of Alistair and Rumple. Oh no, that sounds like I went too villainous. that sounds more villainous than radio. I was attempting to do Alistair and take the evil out of it, but maybe I put more evil into it. Well, Documancer says that she enjoyed the radio voice, so that's what matters at the end of the day. Alrighty, real. So I'll start with the radio. I have mixed feelings on the radio because on the one hand, I quite like it as a vessel for exposition, where it's like, oh yeah, of course people have radios blaring in their houses. That's fair enough. Now I'm like thinking about the time period. I'm like, is this a fantasy world that is like equivalent to our world's radio times? Or is this our world during radio times, but there's dragons? And that's how bad I am with with dates, that I cannot tell you when the dates are for radio times, other than radio times and the fact that I know Alistair lived in the 30s, and that would be my guess. But anyways. So I like the radio in the sense that, like, yeah, that is a natural thing that somebody might have in their house, and that might be a thing that naturally provides exposition in in real life, in a real scene. And so in that sense, it kind of works, and it's like a more fun way to do exposition, like rather than, because you could have just had the narration say like, oh yeah, dragons had been spotted in the area, and like, you know, that would convey it. But it's a lot more interesting and fun to have that conveyed not through the narration but through a radio broadcast. But the thing that leads to my mixed feelings is that I do feel like this part might go a little far in terms of how exposition-y it is. So first of all, you know, I like the world building thing of you need a license to keep a dragon. I think that's cute and fun, and that's part of what makes me want to keep reading in this universe, that I would love to read stories about Gia getting the license to keep the dragon and stuff, and that would be fun. However, it's not important to this story. It never comes up again, and it is one of those things that makes us ask a question we shouldn't be asking, because by the end of the story, to me, I definitely thought that the implication was, yes, she is going to keep the dragon, and she is going to, she is gonna bake with the dragon, you know, and stuff. But the fact that you pointed out you need to keep a license, you need to have a license to keep a dragon, that then puts doubt in the ending and makes you go, well, okay, this reads like, you know, we're gonna bake with the dragon. However, it was pointed out that you need a license to keep a dragon, and we don't, especially because Gia already, you know, default dislikes dragons. I don't know that Gia's gonna go through all the trouble to get a license, you know? I don't know if she's gonna, and there's also, like, the question of, like, uh-oh, is, like, the landlord gonna come after her because she baked with a dragon? Stuff like that. And, like, none of that is important to this particular story, and I think it makes us ask questions we shouldn't be asking. If your intention was to leave us with, if your intention was to leave us with, yes, she's gonna keep the dragon, she's gonna bake with the dragon, I don't think we need to shed doubt on that, you know, with the license thing. And then, like, Scarlet's in particular, do this and that, doesn't feel related to you need a license. It would work if you had at least another dragon of, like, you know, Scarlets prefer warm strongholds and love to bake, and Greens love greenhouses, and like, greenhouses isn't great, but love gardens, and I was gonna say gardens and gardening. I don't know, like, do an equivalent to warm strongholds and then say, and they love to garden. You know, if you had at least one more like that, it would feel a little more natural. But as is, because it's only the Scarlets, and because it doesn't say that she turned off the radio, and a Scarlet shows up, it definitely reads like, hello, reader, here's your exposition via Radio Man. And it's good exposition. Like, it's fun to know that Scarlets prefer warm strongholds and love to bake. It's cute. But we are going to learn that quite naturally through the course of the story. We don't need to get told it ahead of time. It does make you anticipate it, and that is kind of cute in the fact that it's like, oh yeah, like, of course, okay, so one's in her hearth, that probably means it's a Scarlet, and like, baking might come up later in the story. That is kind of cute, but especially after having read through the story once, then it becomes like, oh yeah, you're just telling us what's about to happen and stuff. And so it would cost you quite a few words to add, like, Greens do this, that I don't know if it's worth it, and so I probably would move for removing the line and potentially removing this entire thing more than adding the green thing in there, but that is an option if you add the words. And going back to she doesn't turn off the radio, that is another thing that it did feel weird to me, that it's like, hey, the radio's playing, nobody turned it off, but the radio doesn't keep going. And so I feel like just having it be that a little line in there that she turned off, potentially after that first line, like you could have it be, you know, like, hatchlings are searching for their new lairs. If you're lucky, you'll see some soaring in the skies looking to belong. Dragons, what a pain, she grumbled as she turned the radio off. I think that would work perfectly well. That it's like, okay, yeah, we got some fun exposition, and that was all the exposition that was needed. And we need to explain to the reader why the radio isn't going to keep playing, so she turned it off because she doesn't want to hear about the dragons, you know? I think that would work quite well. Also, it's kind of hilarious that the radio is blaring a weather report and the weather is dragons. And then, so she stuffed a chunky wood piece into her hearth. It didn't occur to her that it would spit back out. Gia was preparing her kettle and the lump rolled to her knees. So maybe this is being nitpicky, but there is kind of, I got a little lost the first time I read this, and I think it's because there's a little bit of awkwardness in the phrasing of, it didn't occur to her that it would spit back out. That's not telling us that it would spit back out, that's just telling us it didn't occur to her that it would. And it also doesn't occur to us that it would. Probably. And it is a little bit of the you can't notice what you can't notice thing. It's a weird one because it's like, yeah, it doesn't occur to her. And so, yeah, that's the thing, is it doesn't occur to her. But it is telling us what doesn't occur to her. And so it's kind of like, well, you're telling us about it. And therefore it is now occurring to us because you're telling us about it. But you're not telling us that it's happening. Instead, the information conveyed with this sentence is that it's not occurring to her. But it's now occurring to us, you know? And granted, I think this would probably sound fine if it was like, she stuffed a chunky wood piece into her hearth. It didn't occur to her that it would spit back out, but it did just that, rolling to her feet. You know, I think that would work just fine if you did have that direct phrasing of, but it did just that. I think that would work and it wouldn't sound so awkward, but the fact that it spitting back out is not being described as like, yep, that's what happened. Instead, it's kind of a new image for it, that it rolled to her knees, especially because lump is probably not the word I personally would use for a wood piece, and so I think that is also part of why I got a little lost there. And so I think just going straight to, you know, she stuffed a chunky wood piece into her hearth. Gia was preparing the kettle when the lump rolled to her knees, or when the wood piece rolled to her knees, or whatever. Or log, maybe. Then I think that would sound perfectly natural. Or, like I said, it didn't occur to her that it would spit back out, but it did just that, rolling to her knees. Also, okay, yeah, so I guess the kettle must be in the fireplace, because I was about to say, it just occurred to me now, why is it not rolling to her feet? But I guess that means that, yeah, the kettle was in the fire. I would definitely say that's not entirely clear. The other thing I was going to say about the kettle thing, it has to do with something for later, which is that the dragon idly lazed until it saw her oven. Like, the first time I read it, I was like, okay, I don't remember where the oven was mentioned, but it must have been mentioned before. But it wasn't. All that was mentioned is that Scarlet's like baking. And so it sounds a little odd, you know, especially because, personally, I don't know if I've said this before, but the reason that setting is the thing about writing that I'm the worst at is not because I don't imagine settings, it's because the minute you give me a story, my brain is like, all right, I have it all mapped out. Here's your setting. And that sometimes, weirdly, even though with other things that makes it, like a strong imagination makes it easier to describe, for some reason with setting, it makes it harder to describe. That it's just like, yeah, it's all there. You don't see it, dear reader? You know? And so in this case, I got the image of the fire, and I got the image of, we have like the fire in the living room and like couches, you know, near the fire. And then, so yeah, here's the living room. And then over here we have the kitchen. I guess on your side it would be like this. Over here we have the kitchen. And I was imagining that the oven is in the wall next to the fireplace. So like, it's not like the oven is across from the fireplace. I was imagining it, you know, on the wall over here next to it, so it's kind of hard to see. And so yeah, I like, it's just like there's a lot of things that it could be looking at, and of course, obviously I was imagining it wrong. I'm not saying you have to pander to how I was imagining it. Of course not. But there's kind of an awkwardness to, the oven isn't doing anything. The oven just exists. And so the fact that it's just like, oven. I do know that Scarlets love to bake and stuff like that, But I think it would make a lot more sense if like the oven dinged or something, that like maybe she's trying to make something and she burns it, you know, and so I think that would be a great place to put it, is that Gia was pulling her burned why did I think tostadas? I don't even know if you use the oven for tostadas. Gia was pulling her burned tostadas out of the oven when the lump rolled to her feet. I think that would work quite well to call attention to the oven and have the oven be kind of doing something. Another thing that could happen is that, the oven could ding, and that could be a reason to look at it, but as is, it is kind of like, you have a full kitchen here. There's counters, there's bananas, there's, whatever you want to be there. There's an oven, there's a stove, there's bananas, there's apples, there's counters, there's a nice, home sweet home sign here. There's an apron there as well. Like, there's a lot of things here. And so the fact that, the dragon just looks up and it could be seeing all of this, and it's like, that oven though. It just sounds, I don't think I'm describing it well, but it just sounds a little bit strange to me when the oven's not actually doing anything of note. It's just being there. I guess it's just kind of like, the dragon, like, perked up when it saw the couch, and it's like, okay. I don't know. I thought that was a good one, but as I say that, it's like, well, yeah, that could make sense, because it could just be like, yeah, the dragon was cozy in the fire, but it's more cozy on the couch, and so it's excited about the sight of the couch, and in this case, it's like, the dragon loves baking, and so it's excited by the sight of the oven. Maybe it's the fact that I assume the oven is in a kitchen full of other baking utensils, and so it's like, why the oven specifically? It could be any number of baking utensils that it's like, oh, you have baking stuff. I love baking, And so I think that that's why it sounds strange that it's specifically like, oh, you have an oven. It's like, I think probably a lot of people do. Not everyone, but a lot of people. And so it dinging or her pulling something out of it or something like that would be like, you have nothing, that would make a little more sense to me. But anyways, back here, super cute. This first image of the dragon, do love that. And I do kind of like just the absolutely not. We are not doing this. I think that's great. I love the image of it blinking one eye. It's just like, yeah, it's cozy, despite the fact that she's yelling at it that it doesn't care. So all of this works really well. I already talked about the oven thing. Super cute, the image of it scuttling close. It's like, it was super sleepy and then it perks up, and zooms over. That's pretty cute. I think cute that it finds the recipe book. I quite like I can really imagine that, like, her lowering the broom and smoothing out the apron. I can totally imagine that. I hope I voiced it okay. But yeah, I can see all this, that it's like, get out, and then it's super cute. And like, it can make a lot of sense where it's like, yeah, she doesn't like dragons because she doesn't like feeling sad and feeling reminded of her grandma. But, like, the whole point is that this was this loving bond between her grandma and this dragon, and so, like, she dislikes them, she wants to get it out, but once it's really looking at her and everything, then she's like, oh, yeah, but, like, I don't want to hurt it, though. I do quite like that image of she might as well be kicking a puppy, and like I said, her smoothing out the apron and everything. And then I think the cadence of her line really fits with the action and everything. So one of my bigger critiques, I guess, for the story is that it seems like the dragon suddenly gets quite human. Because the first half of the story, the dragon reads very much like an animal. It doesn't understand her words. It doesn't understand that she is uninviting. It just knows that it is in a cozy place, and it would like to remain in that cozy place until forcibly removed. And so her saying absolutely not, it doesn't seem to understand that. It's just like, what's that? I'm sleeping. Yeah, so it's just like, yeah, it's just sitting there in the hearth. It doesn't care for her words, her shouts, or anything. It is just an animal who found a cozy place and doesn't want to leave. And so then it's very surprising and feels a bit incongruous when suddenly it is not only understanding her, but like first of all understanding her, second of all flicking through the pages like a human would, and third of all pointing like a human would. And like I think it would work a lot better for me if it still like acted more human in the sense of like it at least using its nose. Like if it uses its nose to flip the pages, it points by nudging its nose at the book and stuff. I think that would sound less jarringly human to me, but as is, it goes from like, yeah, it's just like a dumb, but not I don't mean that in an insulting way, just like as a fact, dumb animal in the fireplace, and then it goes to now it basically has hands. Now it has hands, and now it understands her and everything. And like, it's totally fine for dragons to be intelligent, and if you want your dragons to act like humans and act like they have hands, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the fact that it didn't seem to be set up that way, that I had a very clear picture of like, this is like an animal, and that it feels incongruous that suddenly it's acting like a human. And personally, that was part of what kind of drew me to the story, is I did like that it was kind of acting like an animal. And so for me personally, it could also be that it kind of took away for me a little bit that it was acting human. But like in the end, I still love the story, and we'll get to my love of the story when we get to the end. I guess, like, I don't know what it was. I guess I thought it was cuter when it's just acting like an animal and stuff like that. I guess that is the thing, that I don't find humans particularly cute. And so when it acts more human, it makes it less cute, kind of thing. But I would assume it has, like, toothless level intelligence, right? In How to Train Your Dragon, the dragons clearly understand the humans and stuff like that and respond to what they're saying. And granted, like, maybe Toothless does, point with his little claws sometimes. I don't recall. It's been a long time since I watched the shows. So he could do that, I don't remember. But generally, I do feel like he still, like, nudges things with his nose and stuff like that, and still acts, relatively dragony when he's responding to things a human said, rather than acting, very human-like and pointing and flipping pages and nodding and stuff like that, However, regardless of the fact that it felt a little bit jarring and I kind of liked that it was acting like a pet, I do think this is cute and sweet and yeah, I do like that they end up, I don't know, having this conversation where the dragon's like, hey, I love baking. Looks like your grandma loved baking. And it is sweet that the dragon actually listens, that it's an heirloom and doesn't do anything. Now, I think it has to be, her grandma's cookbook, baking book, for the story to work. But there is kind of an element of, if she dislikes dragons because they remind her of her grandma, I feel like a dragon interacting with her grandma's cookbook is going to make her fly off the handle. Like, she was already getting the broom and ready to try and get it out and yelling at it. I feel like the fact that once it goes up to grandma's book, there is an element of, like, maybe those puppy dog eyes shouldn't work. Because it's like, yeah, this is the entire reason you dislike dragons, and a dragon is interacting with it. And so that feels like rage time, even more time to get out. So it works for the story. It's not that big a deal. But that is kind of a question I have. As to why that doesn't make her rage, that in fact makes her deflate and everything. And maybe that is, in the end, the point of the story, is the fact that it's like, well, I think she is going to get a dragon assistant. So maybe deep down it's like, on the surface I dislike dragons, but internally I actually love them, especially because, they remind me of my grandma. There's something to love there. And so maybe that's the point, is that no, it's not that it makes her rage more, it's the opposite. It's that this is the entire reason that once upon a time she loved dragons, and so a dragon interacting with it that, tugs on her heartstrings. Maybe that was the intent there. I know. Oh, I was gonna say I know the ad is coming up, and there it is. Well, don't do that. Okay. Walk the line. All right, so this is like an idiom of, I mean, there are multiple kind of walk the line idioms, but the first one that comes to mind is like, you walk a fine line there. And so it's like, yeah, like, my first thought is like a line between good and evil, which you could use it for, but that's not exactly the fine line thing. It's just like, yeah, oh, maybe I'm getting too tired, which is bad because we're not even halfway through. I guess, like, you know, a line that comes to mind is there's a line in the Jekyll and Hyde musical. Yes, that exists. That is, it's such a fine line between a good man, and I believe it's meant to be a good man and a madman. And so, like, it's that kind of thing. Well, and there's also, like, maybe I'm misremembering the line, because it also, come to think of it, could be there's such a fine line between a good man and a bad. I don't know. It makes me think of that. But anyway, so I don't know. It can be like, you know, for science, when you're doing science, there's a fine line between doing something for the betterment of humanity and going mad, you know, that kind of thing. And like, there's also this element of, you know, like in Noragami, there's like this idea of there's the world of gods and supernatural things, and there's the human world, and our main character walks the line between those worlds. She's not fully in either one, and so she walks that line between two worlds. And so it can be like a more of a literal line between two worlds or between two places. It could literally, you could write about a story about somebody being pulled over for drunk driving and trying to walk in a straight line. So yeah, it could be literally walking a line. It could be walking a line between two places, whether they be literal places or like supernatural and real places. It could be walking a line between concepts, you know, that it's like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, I feel like there's something like, you know, being, I don't know. I guess, I don't know why I'm struggling to think of examples other than tiredness. Let me look at your definition. You'll probably help me explain it better, because meaning idiomatic, to maintain an intermediate position between contrasting choices, opinions. Yes, that's much better. Idiomatic, to act in a non-destructive or damaging manner, whether physically or mentally, to those you hold dear and or respect, to exercise self-control, to mark or secure a boundary by walking along it, to participate in the procession at a graduation ceremony, to graduate. That is true. That is the phrasing they use for that, don't they? Yeah, so that, I guess that's why it was so hard to try to quantify, because it's like, yeah, it's an intermediate position between contrasting choices, opinions, and stuff, and so that could be a literal supernatural and real world, or it could be, well, and natural. It's not supernatural and real, it's natural and supernatural. But it can also be between positions and choices and ideas, yeah, so it can be like, I don't know, you're politically in the middle. You're walking the line between, you know, two opposing political forces. You know, it can be that you have a choice to make and you are walking in between those choices right now. That it's like, it kind of conjures this image of you, like, you're one step away from falling off the line, you know? Like, you're walking the line between, like... Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, I guess thinking about, like, me reacting to, like, Has Been Hotel and stuff like that, like, the thing is that that's a show that is, I'm a Christian, and that is a show that uses, you know, Christian ideas, and it doesn't always use them reverently. In fact, it mostly uses them irreverently. And so... For some Christians, the show has already crossed the line by existing, and, you know, they can't take it. And for someone like me, I can still enjoy the show, even though I don't always love the way it portrays things from my religion. But there is still a line. Like, to me, the show is walking a fine line between what I can handle and what I can't. What I think is too irreverent and what I can stomach, you know, what I think is like, this is a great show, but, you know, this is a great show and I love watching it, but, you know, there's things I don't like about it, but I'll still watch it, versus the crossing the line into like, it's a great show, but I can't watch it anymore because you went too far, you know, that kind of thing. That's a line to cross, and I bet you the ad's been over for a while now. But, yes. Okay, going back to the story. And yes, I see you have been answering. I will look at your answers once I get through the story. So yeah, I do think that their conversation is... I didn't actually say whether I thought it was a good prompt. I do think it's a good prompt. I guess I can't... I guess maybe for the answers to whether or not I would vote for it, I guess... To get answers to that question, maybe you should just, like, see if I vote for it or not, and we'll see. But default, I think it's a good prompt. And I think there is literal and more figurative ways that you can take it, which always makes for a great prompt. But anyways, back to the story. Love the conversation. I do. It's interesting because... default, I like the conversation, and I like the fact that we go deep with it, and yeah, we go into, well, I dislike dragons, not just because I'm like mean to dragons, you know, it's because I love my grandma and I miss her, and it hurts, you know, to think about things that remind me of her now. So I do think that's beautiful, and I love knowing that as a reader. And stuff like that. But there is also kind of an element there of she already doesn't like dragons, again, for this reason. Why is she telling the dragon her trauma? You know, why is she telling the dragon her deepest traumas after just meeting it and wanting to shoo it? You know, so if you are intending it to be like, well, she is calming down and it is willing to share these deep things because at the end of the day, she really does like dragons, and she does want this, you know. I think having a little more hints to that, more nuggets towards that, would be quite helpful there. So there is a little bit of, like, I guess, implausibility, to the fact that she says her deepest trauma to a dragon she just met and doesn't like. However, I like that it is said. I like that it's in the story. I like that this is the reasoning. I like that it is said. I think that's very touching. And I do like that. I do like the I guess the pacing of it before this, that it's like, okay, what's this? This is an heirloom. Here's why it's an heirloom. It's from Grandma. And Grandma used to bake for everyone on the floor. And then the dragon's like, you're shooing me. And your grandma had a dragon assistant. You know, I think that's great. And I like I said, I do ultimately like her response of being honest about it. And then it's very cute that it like sees a delicious recipe and everything. I'm not sure about the it's gonna go bad after a day thing, because on the one hand, even if it did go bad after a day, that's fine. Are we baking it for tomorrow? I feel like we can bake it for today and we can eat it today. Or if we are going to bake for the whole floor, hopefully we have enough time to bake it, hand it out, and tell everyone you gotta eat it today. Like, so if it does go bad after a day, that's fine. That's not a reason not to make it. And two, most food doesn't. Most food doesn't go bad after one whole day. And I don't know what food this is that is going bad after one day. And so, like, this line kind of reads like, you want to buy milk, it's gonna spoil. And it's like, I want to buy milk to drink it before it spoils. You know, it's like that's the point of milk. If I didn't buy food because it was going to spoil, I would never buy food and I would starve, you know? If it's gonna go bad after a day. So, like, I think just not mentioning this or putting something else there would be good. But if you're really attached to it and it is like a special recipe that will go bad after a day, I did kind of need to know why it will go bad after a day, because as is, it doesn't really make sense to me. And honestly, if she was just hyperbolizing, a like in there would help a lot. If it was it's gonna go bad after like a day, that would work, because then that would be like she's hyperbolizing. That would make it clear that she's hyperbolizing. It's not actually gonna go bad after a day. It's just like, oh, it's gonna go bad after like a day, you know? She's just being dismissive. But the fact that there is no qualifying word in there, it's gonna go bad after a day, makes me believe her. It makes me be like, okay, I don't know what the recipe is. I can't see the book. I guess it's something that'll go bad after a day, you know? I absolutely love this ending of it, you know, frustratedly pointing at the drawing and stuff. And granted, I do think you probably need something dismissive here, maybe just not that specifically, so that the dragon can be, you know, emphatic in response to being dismissed. So yeah, the nostrils flaring is great. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for. That's more dragony. And then yeah, it is cute that the dragon yeah, it is cute. The dragon more emphatically is like, remember your grandma had a dragon assistant. I would like to bake. I would like to be your dragon assistant. You know, I would like to continue the tradition. That is super cute and everything. I hate the fact that every time, maybe not every time, but a lot of times I come to your stories, I feel like I'm giving you a lot of critiques. And I don't know that it's good or bad that I saved this to the end. It is rather rare that a story garners like an out loud reaction from me. It's kind of rare that a writing group story will make me cry or make me laugh. I definitely can find writing groups funny. I can find them sad. I can find them touching. But it's a little bit rare that it gets an actual reaction from me. Yeah, this one, I had to fight tears. I had to fight tears both the first time I read it and the second time I read it. This is the only time that I've read this story where I didn't get tears in my eyes. I thought it was absolutely beautiful. Like, I was like, absolute cinema. This is amazing. I adored the story. I did not think I had that many critiques for it, because of my immediate thought was like, that was amazing. That was touching. All hail. You know, that was so good. And like, I think it is like, just, you know, I really relate to it, because like, I miss my grandma too. And so it's kind of funny in my family. I mean, I guess it's true in many families, but you know, in my family, certain things skip a generation, one of them being a love for baking. So I don't really have a love for baking, but my mom, baking is her life. That is her thing. She loves to bake. My grandma did not love to bake. My grandma's mom, my great grandma, did love to bake. And my mom, I never met my great grandma, but my mom did, and she would love going to her house and baking cookies, with her, and these are very fond memories. And so this story just tugs on multiple heartstrings for me, because it tugs on heartstrings of me missing my grandma, and it makes me think of my mom and her grandma, and how much she loved and missed her grandma, and how she got, you know, her love of baking from her. And sure enough, this is making me tear up again. But this hits that string in my heart. And so I find it very touching. And I love that it's just like a little dragon who loves baking. I think that's cute as heck. And like, this is the kind of thing, like when I talk about stories being transcendent, right? That you could have a story that is a good story sitting on the page that is likable. But to me, I like it even better when a story goes beyond the page, where it's not just, yeah, this is an enjoyable story on the page, but like this touched something inside me, or this is something I think about after I walk away from the story and stuff like that. And for me at least, this story had that, and granted, maybe it's just because I have particular experiences and memories that make me relate to it. But this story is great in terms of like it's a cute story about a cute dragon, and it's great in terms of like it's actually touching and tugs at my heartstrings. And like the thing is, because you could have just written about it could have been that she doesn't dislike dragons. It could have just been like, oh, there's hatchlings flying around. Oh, this one came here. There's a hatch. Oh boy, there's a hatchling in my hearth. Oh, how cute. Oh, it wants to bake with me. Lovely. It could have been like that. And I guess it goes back to what I was talking about last stream about conflict, that like in addition to adding depth, it's what adds the conflict. Like, again, the story would have been still cute if just a dragon showed up and she was like, yay, dragon, let's bake. That still would have been cute. But I think it improves the story and makes it better, on the first level for it to be this deeper thing of like, first of all, that it's just this conflict of, I dislike dragons. I don't want it to be here. And so the dragon has to convince her to let it stay here and let it bake with her. Like, that adds dynamicness and intrigue to the story. But then it also adds depth, because it's not just like, yeah, dragons are great, love them, let's bake. It's like, oh, the conflict, the dislike comes from this deep familial place and something that your readers can relate to. Like, sure, maybe our world doesn't have dragons, but our world sure as heck has grandmas. And so, those of us who have had, experiences like this, or who have lost a grandma or stuff like that, can relate to the story. Despite the fact that it's like a fantasy world where there's dragons, it feels very like down to earth and relatable, and transcendent and stuff. And I absolutely love that. Like, you have the conflict in the fact that she dislikes the dragon and the dragon has to win her over, and then you have the depth in the fact that it's this connection between her and her grandma, and that is what causes the negative feelings and the conflict, but that is what also can cause those positive feelings and the connection. And I think that is absolutely beautiful. I love that. Let's see. So does the title fit the story? Absolutely, I love it. I like that it sounds enough like There's No Place Like Home, but, it's hearth, the dragon's in the hearth. Super cute. I love that. If you had found a more baking-related word, maybe that would have been better, but off the top of my head there, I can't think of an H baking word. I'm not a baker, as I said. That would work. And so, yeah, the dragon's in the hearth. The cat's in the kitchen, dragon's in the hearth. No, cradle. Cat's in the cradle, dragon's in the hearth. Then, yeah, it's super cute. I like it a lot. Is there not too obvious or just right? I was so into the story that I have not thought about the prompt until now. Interesting. So I guess that implies even more strong. My immediate thought is that it implies strongly that, yes, the dragon will be accepted. Because my first guess as to what your prompt use is meant to be is that it's like, dragons have always lived here. Like, a dragon has lived here with grandma. And so, of course, a dragon will have a place here. Any dragon will always have a place here. You are a dragon, you have a place here. Because this is grandma's apartment. That kind of thing. I don't know if it could be also related to, like, I want to stay in the hearth forever. And, that it's just, like, she's trying to get rid of it. And it's like, no, I will always have a place here. I'm staying in the warm fire. I don't know if that was part of it. Yeah. That's interesting. Because if it is the grandma use, part of me is like, does that mean that it needed to be more strong that the dragon is going to stay, or like the more clear that the dragon won her over and made her go from you have no place here to not just you have a place here, but you always have a place here. Does that need to be a little clearer, or is that perfectly fine? I'm not sure. I'm torn. Other folks in the chat, feel free to talk about how you thought of the prompt use. Let's see. Did the dragon's nonverbal questions make sense by having Gia answer them? If not, what other tools could I use to remedy this? The questions themselves made sense. Like, I think I voiced it, that it's like, okay, so Scuttle's up, it's like, yay, baking! And then it sees the recipe book, and Gia's like, don't touch that, don't go near that, don't hurt that. And then she says it's an heirloom, and the creature's like, okay, I understand, I'll be gentle. And it flicks through the pages, and then it's like, oh, hey, homegirl, you're being mean and trying to kick me out. What's this? There's a dragon here. What you doing? That's kind of the vibes I get there. And then she explains it, and it's like, it's kind of the same question, I'm guessing, again, that it's like, yeah, grandma used to bake, and it's like, yeah, what? There's dragon here. Why are you trying to kick me out? And it's like, okay, yeah, she had a dragon assistant. And then she explains, here's why I'm trying to kick you out. They remind me of her, and that hurts. And the dragon's like, okay, well, they remind you of her, and she baked. And I would like to bake. I would like to remind you of her in a good way. I would like to be what this dragon assistant was for your grandma to you. And then, she's like, you want to make it? And kind of dismisses the dragon by saying it's going to go bad after a day. And then the dragon's like, I want to be your assistant. I want to be dragon assistant. I want to bake. So yeah, I definitely thought it worked. As far as conveying what the dragon meant, I think that was quite clear. My only problem with it is that it seemed overly human, but other than that, I think that it was very clear what the questions were, as long as I'm correct. Is there anything difficult to read picture, or did you find this an easy read? Overall, I found it very easy read. I think it flowed quite nicely. There were just a couple of things there that tripped me up slightly, but overall, very, very easy read. I like the style of writing. I don't know that I'm very good at pinpointing like style, and like I can definitely pinpoint if someone has like a more poetic style, and stuff like that, but I don't know if I can pinpoint this specific style as being different from other stories that you've written, and I don't know that that's on you, that might be more on me, but I like the style. I didn't have any problem with it. I didn't have a particular thing where I was like, yes, I loved your language here, but there was also, but I also loved the story, and I think it was told well, and stuff like that, so yeah, I like the style. Alright, let's see what folks have been saying. Should probably start, I think Doc talked more over in the not so private chat, so I'll start there. Radio started in the 1900s and was more widespread in the 1920s and 1930s. That makes sense. Doc document notes, this is a short story set in an urban fantasy world where dragons are as normal as cats are mundane to the streets. Wanted to keep an open ending to the story. Is it too open ending? Well, kind of two thoughts on that. It's slightly open-ended, more so because you've given us that license thing, that reason to doubt. So, but I feel like it's like a 90-10 thing. I feel like I'm 90% sure that she is going to accept the dragon, and 10% thinking she's not. But the other thing about it is, like, if it's open-ended, and if you want the reader to think, no, it's possible she's still totally gonna kick the dragon out, then I don't see the prompt. then it doesn't feel like the prompt is there, because it's like, nope, you don't have a place here. So in which case now this makes me wonder if I was not correct on what your prompt use is meant to be. Golden Age of Radio lasted in the 1950s. Gotcha. Scarlet says, gonna add a second color, but I lost to word economy. I could have deleted the license line to free up that text. Fair. Yeah, that would have worked. That would have eliminated the problem of them sounding a little too incongruous and the license causing a question. So yeah, you could have just done scarlets and greens or blues or whatever. And I do love, like, I lost to the word economy. I lost it to the word stock market. Radio has been around since 1887. It was just underdeveloped. Interesting. Oven, I use the characters to be the camera lens in the story, but sometimes I miss cues. I mean, if I saw a journal in someone's house, my eyes would zero in. Gotcha. CML has to do emergency tech service for me, Mom, because she can't log into Google, so audios. Fair enough. Goodbye, CM Weller. You can't hear me, but goodbye. Humanistic. I didn't realize that I may have dumbed down the presentation of the dragons. I made them seem like they were more like pets than intellectual, highly sentient beings by how I first presented them, pointed out by another reader. I'll work on that for another prompt. Dragons in this world have at least toothless sentience, yes. Rage time. I didn't want the story to deviate from wholesomeness, to go too heated. I feel like that's also a personality behavioral thing too. She actually did like dragons before her grandma died. Yeah, that makes sense. After a day, it was more of a setup dismissal to the dragon who wants to bake for the apartment building. Yeah, I do think it worked for the dismissal, and I do think you need something dismissive, but that specifically, I feel like in like both senses of how I know food works, it doesn't work, because on the one hand, even if it did go bad after a day, then it'd be fine. And on the other hand, most food I feel like doesn't work that way, you know? So I think it's too logically incongruous to me, but I do think you need a dismissal. Well, if both of my grandmas baked, but one was more open to having us grandkids help her in the kitchen. Fair. Doc, that's why I love doing fantasy and attaching emotions to it. It makes people connect more. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like any genre you can attach emotions to it, but I'm guessing you mean something like doing fantasy but attaching like relatability to it, you know. Doc says, my family is super into cooking, my grandma especially. She passed it on to a lot of us, except me, because I developed anxiety and self-esteem issues. Aw, why does that keep you from baking? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Wolf, that grandma worked at the hospital, so most of the time it would be my grandfather cooking for us every Wednesday night. Likely why I've never considered cooking a gendered activity. Why is that crossed out? That's beautiful. I love that. I love breaking gender stereotypes. Also, I like spicy food. Nice. Grandpa had a pepper brush he kept on the back porch, and he'd pick peppers off the brush. Oh, bush. Yeah, I was like, what is a pepper brush? But yes, bush makes more sense. Yes, attaching relatability to fantasy, Doc says. Prompt use, yes, you did nail a few of the prompt uses. If keeping it open-ended loses the prompt, then I need to tighten it a little more. Fair. If I didn't thank you guys in the Twitch chat for the cheers before, thank you, Ghoulish, Mako Cam, Magistrate Iron Lung, and Mako Cam again. I appreciate it. Oh, wait. No, I went too far. I went to Marx's story. Whoops. So thank you, Mako Cam, Ghoulish, then. Of course, it didn't come across as evil, but it did make me think of Unrumple as being playful. That's fair, yeah. Yeah, I guess saying that Alistair plus Rumple adds more evil is maybe is not fair to Rumple, because Rumple is not all evil, and at least at the moment it seems like Alistair is more evil than Rumple is. marks. That's how I am at describing faces. I know what a character looks like. It's very clear in my brain, but when I write what the character looks like, it's like she has eyes and a nose and a mouth and crap. That's literally everyone. Yes. I have the problem with describing faces too, except I think for the opposite reason that, like, it's weird. I might have described it before, but like, I'm kind of in the middle of that. I have a very vivid imagination, so like with pretty much every other regard, I can imagine things in 4K vivid detail, you know, HD. The one thing that can get a little fuzzy is people's faces, but it's not like I imagine a body and then no face. Like, I do imagine a face, and I can tell you, like, oh, like, this character definitely doesn't have a round face, or like, this character definitely does have a round face, or something like that. But they're a little fuzzier, and like, I don't know, when I try to describe the faces, like, even, it'll often be something like, okay, I know for sure they don't have a round face, but saying they have a sharp, angular face, that doesn't sound right. But what kind of a face do they have, you know? So, I also struggle to figure out how to describe people's faces. Makes me think there's a thin line between love and hate. That's a good one. That's a good example for it. I should have looked over there. But yes, exactly. That it's like the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. But hate is still full of passion, you know. Most cooked foods spoil quickly before refrigeration, not regeneration. And there was a slot where radios were somewhat common, but refrigerators were rare. That's fair enough. That is true. I guess then that would apply to all food, not just this recipe. I mean, granted, that what her statement could apply to all recipes in the book. But yeah, I mean, maybe I just don't know. But is it truly one day? Is it truly that fast? Dog's answer, aw, it was so good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, after a day, it's more of a setup dismissal to the dragon who wants to bake for the apartment building. Mm-hmm. I miss my grandma, so it may have crept up. She did all sorts of crafty things. So did mine! So I crochet too, because she crocheted. Oh, that's lovely. I don't know if I'll remember, but if I remember at the break, I will try and grab some of my grandma's art to show you. Doc, anxiety cooking. So I love my family to bits. We do not communicate well. Anytime I'm in the kitchen baking or cooking, I always get criticized. Oh, that's too bad. Why are you putting milk and eggs? These brownies are too gooey. You need to put them in for 5 more minutes. I know that's probably like a genuine critique, but what's the line, the meme line, where it's just like, oh no, you know, my... I know Mako knows this line. What is the, like, oh no, it's good. Oh no, it's too good. What a problem. What is that line? Oh. Yeah, that just sounds like, oh no, it's fantastic. Your brownies are gooey. I just never said quietly either. Oh, my mother also followed me around the kitchen cleaning up anything that I was using, so it became stressful because I would lose things or have to get a new measuring cup or waste extra paper towels, etc. Kitchen just became associated to a hostile environment to me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That really sucks. You're not sure? I think it's something about buttery. Like, all I can think is like, oh no, my croissant is too buttery and layered. But that's not it. It's funnier than that. Yeah, it's like it's not, oh no, he's hot, but it's a similar thing to like the, oh no, he's hot. It's like, yeah, it's that kind of vibe. Oh no, it's too good. Oh no, they're too attractive. Kind of thing. Yeah, I absolutely loved the story, Documancer. Hopefully the critiques I had were helpful. Let us go on to Mako Ken's story. I've got you. Chronicles of the Dragon, Scribe and Jonathan. by Mako Cam. 347 words. On a rooftop, looking over the hot summer night, sat a girl with paper white skin and rainbow hair. Her feet dangled, and she slumped forward as she looked down the road towards one end of the strip, then turned her head to look towards the other. She idly kicked her feet once. "Well, what's got you sulking?" She had sat up straight at the voice, turning to see a man in a long coat and smoking a cigarette, walking across the roof towards her. Her face split in a wide grin. "Jonathan!" He sat down next to her, letting his feet dangle as well. Brooding on a rooftop isn't very Scribe-like. More my thing, honestly. Scribe shrugged. "New teammates don't take me seriously. I'm the veteran hero of the team now. I'm expected to take charge, but none of them will listen to me." "You're a team leader now?" "Everyone else left." Jonathan thought for a moment. "Well, if you're ever feeling lonely, swing by the club. I'll make sure you get a VIP seat." "You can do that?" "I'm head of security. Of course I can do it. I'll have Jello shots waiting." 10 years later. Jonathan's leap carried him over the deep woods of the Northwest. He landed near a cabin at the center of several acres of fairy wonderland. A voice came out of the cabin. "Jonathan?" A rainbow-haired head poked out the door. "Jonathan!" She ran out to greet her old friend. "How have you been?" "Can we go inside?" "Oh, sure." Jonathan walked in and collapsed onto her couch, laying down with his arm across his eyes. "It was about a week. I almost snapped." Scribe frowned, then hopped over, sitting across his stomach. "Do you need cuddles?" "I need to get away." Scribe smiled softly and stood, then pushed his legs off the couch and sat down. "Come here." She pulled him up to sitting, then turned him around. "When you visit, you get the VIP seat," and laid him down to rest, his head in her lap and brushing the hair from his eyes. So those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. Sorry I didn't do the ellipses right. Alrighty-roo. Yes, that's it! My steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery! That's the one! Thank you. That was gonna drive me nuts. Kind of already was. Thanks for the cheer, Ghoulish. That's exactly, that's exactly what it was. That saying, "Oh no, the brownies are gooey," sounds like, "Oh no, my steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery," you know? Now I know why it reminded me of that. That's exactly that vibe. "Oh no, my brownies are too gooey." But yeah, I don't mean to make fun of something serious. I hope this is, not coming across badly. I can understand, like, you don't want raw brownies, of course, and, like, that's probably, like, what they were trying to say and stuff like that, but, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. We all be off to run errands, have a good stream. You too, Documancer. I mean, not stream, but day. And thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Alrighty, Mako has a note today. The story had a solid start and a real shaky ending. I'm referring to the writing process. I actually really liked the ending, but little bits here and there just didn't click. Specifically, the first half of the part of the time skip. The Jello shots bit and the phrasings around the team also had me second-guessing myself. So I guess that's what I have for questions. Thanks for reading. Hope you enjoyed. Questions being, did the Jello shots thing work, and did the phrasings about her team work? Go ahead and answer those, I guess, then. Did the Jello shots bit work? Did the team bit work? And if you don't know the universe, was there anything confusing about the story? This is neither a praise nor critique, but on a rooftop looking over the hot summer night sat a girl with paper white skin and rainbow hair. You have hot summer and girl next to each other, so every time I see the first line, I keep thinking it's hot girl summer. Absolutely love your setting. I think it works very well. I especially like she idly kicked her feet once. I can really picture that, and that just has a vibe to it that I really like. And so Yeah, really great little opener there. Oh, before I forget, I've Got You. Every time I look at this title, Mira Cosmos, at least I think it's Mira Cosmos. I might have a couple letters switched around. By BTS plays in my head. um, but yeah, so great setting. And then as we have our usual Jonathan description, I think I've praised it before, so I don't know that I need to again. I really like the brooding on a rooftop isn't very scribe-like, more my thing, honestly. Because, yeah, it is his thing. I have read other stories with him, and I have seen him brooding on rooftops before. And so I think that, I hope that's clear for newcomers, and I think it's especially cute for oldcomers. And it's like, yeah, that is his thing. And it isn't very scribe-like. And that's probably what makes it cute and fun. For me personally, it made the teammates thing made sense. Again, I'd be curious to hear what the chat had to say. But yeah, that it's like, I mean, I know Scribe, and I know that she's silly, wacky fun a lot of the time. And granted, I don't know if she's mellowed out over the years. But it makes sense that it's like, oh yeah, she's silly, wacky fun, and so they don't take her seriously. And it's like, well, actually, I am your leader though, and I would like you to take me seriously. That definitely makes sense. Everyone else left is like so sad. It's like not, you know, I mean, great, I was gonna say it's not everyone else died, but like that would be sadder. But it's just like everybody else left the team, whether it's because they didn't like the team, they didn't like her, they didn't like being a hero, whatever it was, they made a choice to leave, and that sucks, you know, or whether it's just like it was too scary, you know, out there being a hero, like too dangerous. Whatever it be, everybody else left, and that any explanation I can think of is sad for that. And then it's very cute that he offers to that he offers a safe space for her, and not just a safe space, but a VIP seat in the safe space. That works quite well for me. And then yeah, for me, like the jello shot stuff works. That all worked fine. Of like, really, you can give me a VIP seat? Well, I am head of security, so yeah. And it kind of, I think, implies that it's a pretty high end club, because she's even wondering if that's, you know, possible, you know, to get her a VIP seat. And so that works. That's cute. The first time I read the story, I did not realize how big that number was. I was just like, yeah, okay, generic time skip. But then when I like really thought about the number, I was like, oh, that's a big number. I'm curious what you guys think of this first paragraph here. Another option was Jonathan's superhero landed near a cabin sitting in the middle of several acres of fairy wonderland, set deep in the middle of the woods of the Northwest. This is just kind of introducing that he has powers either way. Just, yeah, throwing it in there. And so are both phrasings confusing? Is only one of them confusing? Does it work for you? And similar thing for the fairy wonderland. Are you like, what do you mean fairy wonderland? Would it have been better to just kind of describe it more generically so there's not that question? Or did that work? I think it's cute. Scribe's little Jonathan, with her poking her head out the door. Can we go inside? Works really well. Of like, I'm done with everything. Get me inside. And I hope I read it right, but I definitely read that. Oh, sure. It's like, oh, sure, yeah. Is everything okay? You know, kind of thing. So I think that works quite well. I think you did a good job by leaving it ambiguous with I almost snapped. I am curious, folks in the chat. Do you feel like you needed more than just I almost snapped? This is definitely one of those situations where it's like, yeah, trying to explain it would be too much and would easily make him look too bad. Either cost too many words or make him look bad, or cost too many words to make it so he doesn't look bad. And so to me, I felt like I almost snapped was a great way around that, because there's a lot of different explanations you could come up with for that. You know, that it could be, I almost snapped at someone. You know, I almost yelled at someone. It could be, I almost hurt someone. You know, it could be I almost killed someone. It could be I almost turned into a dragon and went on a rampage. Um, there's a lot of possibilities for what it could be. I almost broke something in the house. Whatever it is. So whatever it is, it's bad. You know, almost snapping. I can't really think of a good reason to snap. And so saying I almost snapped, it doesn't really matter what he would have done when he snapped. It just means that he was at his breaking point. And so I think that works very well. Come to think of it, I want to see something. Give me a sec here. Okay, yeah, it's not that. Never mind. Never mind. Back here? Yeah, back here. So I think that was a good way around, like, yes, we can recognize that this, whatever it is, it's not good, and it's only a couple words, and we don't need to know more. So I think that worked very well. Let's see. I feel like the "do you need cuddles" and her putting his head in her lap could very easily read as romantic. Pause. What do you mean pause? Did you have to leave or something? I don't know that I can pause. I'm sorry. Or how long ago you said that. Unless it started. Oh, that was to Wolf. Okay. Oh, yeah, so I feel like it could easily read as romantic, so I'm curious, folks in the chat, did you read it as romantic, platonic, familial, something else? How'd you read their relationship? Because I know that they are friends, but, and sure, I guess, like, yeah, sure, you can cuddle with a friend, and yes, you can, like, lay on your friend's lap, but it's more common to be so physically affectionate and cuddle and lay on someone's lap if you are romantically involved with them. And so I'm curious if you guys were immediately like, that was for sure romantic to me. Friends wasn't on the table. Or if you were like, no, I could see it going either way. Or I saw it as friends, you know, kind of thing. I think it is cute, and I do like the callback to the VIP seat, and the VIP seat not being anything like it is at the club, just being her lap. I think that's very cute, and I quite like it. So this line originally was, I need quiet, and I suggested that he change it to, I need to get away, because I felt like quiet could read like, shut up. You know, it could read like, do you need cuddles? I need quiet. Like, if somebody said that to me, if I said to someone, like, aw, you want cuddles? And they were like, I want quiet. Then I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll back off. You know, okay, I'll shut up. Which is very much not the vibe that you wanted to go with the story. And so when I was like, okay, what does he mean by this? Then Mako responded with, well, he just like wanted to get away from people, away from society. That's why he came to her fairy wonderland in nature. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And so I was like, okay, well, just say that then, you know, say I need to get away. But I do think there's a potential problem with this line, which is that he already has gone away. He already has arrived in the fairy wonderland. And so it might not read like, I need to get away and I'm doing this by being here. It might read like, I am here in the fairy wonderland, and in the fairy wonderland I still need to get away. And stuff. So how did it read to you? Did it work? Would I need quiet have worked better for you? I did like the cadence, the sound of I need quiet, potentially better than I need to get away. I just felt like the potential problem of it sounding like shut up was greater than, you know, the flow of it. Yeah, very cute ending. I think probably my biggest critique for the story is just the, I don't know, action and spacing of the story. Mainly her, like, sitting across his stomach, because, like, I can imagine him collapsing on the couch and, like, laying, you know, with his arm across his eyes. I can really imagine that vividly. And then But her sitting across his stomach is a little more like I have to think about what's going on here. And it just kind of reads like, I mean, maybe this was exactly the intent, that she's just like, yep, she's just sitting on him. Like, there's nothing, it's kind of playful prankster energy. Like, she's just sitting on his stomach. But then she's like maneuvering him around, and like, I do like the image of her like manhandling him, and he's just like letting himself be moved around. Like, that is cute. I do like that. You are gonna feel better. All right, move your legs and then lay here. You know, that's really cute. But I think because there's a lot going on in what she's doing. Like, okay, she's smiling, she's standing, she pushes his legs, and then she sits back down, and then she pulls him to sitting, and then she turns him around, and she lays him down to rest, okay, and then she brushes his hair from his eyes. You know, there's a lot going on there. And so I think that taking out some of the earlier stuff, as in her, like, sitting across his stomach, would help that part be a little bit clearer, if not cutting down everything that happens there. And I think part of it is also the double and. So you have, like, she pulled him up to sitting, then turned him around, and laid him down to rest in her lap, and brushing the hair from his eyes. I think that might have been just a typo with the double and. But that could also add to the feeling of it feeling like a lot. a lot's going on. And so... And, like, granted, like, you could probably summarize things and still get that, like, manhandling him vibe. Of, you know, she pulled him to sitting, you know, that, okay, don't have her sit on his stomach. And like, the whole thing is that, like, she barely sits down, and then she has to get up again, and then they completely reverse. Like, it's not exactly that, like, her head's on his lap, but, you know, her butt's on his stomach. You know, it's a kind of a, yeah, they're completely reversing here. And so I think it's a lot to happen in a short amount of time. And so I think just saying, like, she frowned, asking, do you need cuddles? And then, I need to get away. And then then maybe even keeping it as is without the sitting across the stomach would be clearer. But you could also maybe summarize it a little more of, like, she pulled him into a sitting position, or she pushed him into a sitting position. And then and then sat down herself and laid his head to rest in her lap, brushing the hair from his eyes. You know, might be a little bit clearer there. Oh yeah, I need dead to get away. That might have been better. So that it didn't come across like, I need to get away still. All right. Oh, I this comment here says, do you want confirmation? And I was like, do you want confirmation? What are we purchasing something past Kaylee? What's going on? Do we want a receipt? But I remember now why I wrote that. It's because there was also a question of, okay, so it starts with, I will have a place for you. But we don't get to see that place in action. We don't get to see her having the VIP seat. And then it ends with him having a place with her. And so it's like, it's the idea of having a place the first time, and then it's actually having the place the second time. So do you need confirmation that she had a place? You know, do you need to actually see her arriving at the club for that beginning part to work, or did it work just fine without actually seeing it happen? For me, I think it worked fine, but I could also understand people wanting to see it. And also, I realized in general, I don't think I said, I really quite like the prompt use. I'm always a fan of mirror stories, mirror images, and so I do love, having them both be a place, that they're both each a safe place for each other. They'll always have a place for each other. And it's cool because it's not just like, oh, in our relationship, you know, I'll always care about you and have a place for you. Like, we have this image of, like, it happens 3 times. It's, I am a place for you. I'm a safe place for you. Number 1. Number 2, it's, I will have a place for you, as in with Jonathan, the club, and with Scribe, the fairy wonderland. Like, you will have a place here. And then the third way is you will have a VIP seat. You'll have a specific singular place at the place. At the place with me, your safe place. And so I think that's a pretty fantastic prompt use. I love the fact it would work really well just doing it once. And so the fact that you were able to do it twice and you were able to show that it's reciprocal, it's between both of them, I think is really cool and fun and enjoyable. And the title works very well for that. All right. Redrift says, that's a lovely story. Really cute, and the romance is pretty well handled. But I feel like the prompt is tenuous. One to talk, I know, but if you remove the VIP line, there's not a lot of belonging place to be found there. Well, as you just heard, I would strongly disagree with that, so I'm curious why you didn't get the other two. You know, that I feel like with the VIP stuff removed, it's still very clear that they are each other's places, and they're still the club in the Fairy Wonderland. So what made it feel like it relied solely on the VIP line? Yeah, Destroy Aaron Long. It's Jonathan. I almost committed mass murder, but could be more benign. Fair, yep. Yo, I heard you like places, so I put a place in your place. Yes, exactly. Why are we only talking about old comers and newcomers? Why are we ignoring the regular comers? Mako Cam. Pause. Think about what you just said. Nice. Alrighty, Rue. Very fun. Good story, Mako. I often put the stories I have like the most to discuss on at the back. I'm very glad I didn't do that today because that has allowed me to, it's still an hour late, but only be an hour late and not an hour and a half or 2 hours late. All right, our question for today was submitted by Reincarnator, who unfortunately I don't think is here anymore. What is your method to reveal characters' past, bit by bit? I might add to this question just in general. What's your method to reveal characters' past? I don't think you have to reveal your character's past bit by bit. I think it would be interesting to discuss in general. How do you reveal your character's past? Do you do it bit by bit? Do you do it in a different way, you know? So there you go. There's your question from the Midstream question chat. If you would like to submit a question yourself, you are free to go over to the Midstream question chat and do that whenever. And go ahead and vote with the Mothy Heart on questions. You can scroll all the way to the top. I still look all the way at the top to see if any of those got some extra votes. So, yep, that's where this was submitted. And, yeah. We will be having a break. Okay, so we go to the screens, and then can we... Okay, so we want... we want HC. Okay, well, I mean, that works, but... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, where is the soundtrack? Okay, here's your tunes, and goodbye for now. Hello. There we go. I have a kitty here. Can I show kitty? No, that's not gonna work. Kitty, can you show yourself? Oh no, it's gonna go back behind the monitor. Okay. Oh, no, she's gonna jump off. Kitty. I don't think you want to go. Oh. My immediate thoughts with this question is that, it's all about revealing it when it's necessary. Like, my advice when I'm talking about our writing group stories, where it's like, don't make your readers ask questions that you're not going to answer. And don't, like, don't, there's the fine line. There's the fine line between too much information and too little information. Because if you give too little information, then the reader's going to be asking questions to try and fill that gap. And then if you give too much information, then the reader might have too many questions about that information that you've been given. And so that's especially true in these short stories, but it's also true in big works. But in big works, it's a bit different because when you have a page, then you can't like put in a nugget for later. But in a longer work, you can. You can be like, yes, I would like you to be asking these questions. Maybe I'm not going to... Oh, really? I thought I paused it. Oh. Okay, how much do I need to repeat here? Did you not hear any of it, or did you hear it? It was just over the music.
Kitty, kitty, cat, cat, kitty, kitty, cat.
There it goes. It's gone now. I heard it all. Gotcha.
Good kitty, cat.
Here's just over the music. Gotcha. So, yeah, what I say about, So in a longer work, you can put something in there that's like, yes, I want you to be asking these questions, but I'm not going to answer them immediately, and stuff like that. And so in terms of, like, when to reveal your character's past, I think it has kind of something to do with that idea, that it's like, only reveal it when necessary. Like, sure, sometimes starting with a character's past can work, but oftentimes you want to just introduce your character and who they're gonna be, and then when those past bits become relevant, that's when you reveal them, especially if you want to do it bit by bit. And there also is another fine line in here where it's not just, relevant. You want your reader to want it. You know? You don't want to just be like, I wonder what that's about. I mean, granted, there are times where it can be like the reader's like, I wonder what that's about. And then it immediately gets answered, and that works perfectly well. But there are also plenty of times where you want your reader to be going, I wonder what that's about. And then you want to go on for another 5 chapters before you actually tell them what that's about.
Hi.
Like, and I'm sorry, I'm probably talking about Hazbin Hotel a lot in this stream, but it's just what's on my mind. I have to use, I have to use the examples of what's fresh in my brain and stuff like that. I'm going to try and do this a little more generally, but basically, in season 1, we got some info about 2 characters past with each other. And, like, when we first got this info, it's like, yeah, it is, like, a little bit of a reveal. Like, oh, okay. That's interesting. And, I mean, this kind of goes back to something I say often, but maybe I'll put a pin in that. But in the latest episodes, we got to actually see it. We didn't just hear, oh, that's a thing. We got to see how that thing went down. And the thing went down, at least for me, not at all like I expected. And so that's kind of a different goal than just revealing your character's past, but that can be an element of it too. It's like, maybe you do want your readers to think one thing and then learn the other thing. And for something like that to hit, your reader needs to sit with the wrong thing for a while before the right thing is revealed. The true thing is revealed. And so, yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, it's like when it becomes relevant, and relevancy can mean a lot of different things. Relevant can just mean like, oh, we're about to do a mission that is related to a mission I did in the past. Okay, let's tell you about what happened in the past. Or, I don't know, thinking somebody is villainous and then later revealing, like, at least in the past, oh, they were not so villainous. I don't know how loud that kitty meow was. Let's see what you guys have been saying. Oops. Loud meow. She's right by the mic. Massa, how do I reveal my character's past? I guess it depends on how many words I have to use and how central they are to a story. I have used everything from exposition to dropping hints and dialogue piecemeal to flashbacks to actually including the character's full story within the narrative. Obviously, for a shorter story, it probably wouldn't unless it was important, but for long-form stories, I will try different methods. That's very fair, and a very good points there. That's, like, I guess I'm kind of talking about mostly flashbacks, but there are a lot of different ways to do it. It can just be like, yeah, the character can just, like, tell you little bits in their dialogue, and that might be all you need. You can have, an exposition, like in the story, the narration tells you, yes, this character was once like this, and stuff like that.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Oh. What are you doing? Stop! Stop eating plastic.
Yeah, so it all depends on what the story needs. Does it need a full-on flashback, or are we good with just hearing it in dialogue? Do we need to hear it at all? Yeah, and that's how Wolf starts. Wolf says, I'd argue your first question should be if you reveal a character's past. A lot of my characters don't have to have a lot of backstory, because what matters in the story is the present situation. However, if you think it's vital to the story, I say focus on the backstory elements that give us a better understanding of how the character sees the current situation. For example, I've revealed in a past story that Rot grew up in an orphanage to emphasize her internal conflict when she had to cull an orphanage of unknowing cannibals. It hits a lot harder knowing she may parallel those children unknowingly. Yeah, that's a very good point. And that's another point of, like, does the character know or remember their own past? And like, there could be some irony in having your readers know your character's past, but your characters don't know their own past, too. So yeah, for sure, like, is it relevant to the situation? Does it make the situation have more impact? Yeah. Corian, I see it as what's important for the scene. Maybe a character dodges a question that another character asked, and they continue to avoid it until they reach a point they have to confront that question and answer. Everyone has secrets, and they usually get revealed at one point or another. You can drop hints. A character can reflect on their past. Their body language or avoiding certain things can hint at it until the character has no other choice but to face it. Although I'm still trying to figure out my universes and characters, I'm keeping this in mind if we're focusing on the prompts. I look at the prompt to figure out which universe it best suits, and with what stuff I do know about my characters and the world, I work with what their motives are, how they are individually, and what information is relevant to the scene. For sure. Yeah, so it also has to do with the characters, their motivations, what they would reveal, what should be revealed without them wanting it to be revealed, lots of things like that. Oh, you heard a purr, nice. No, he plastic kitty is. Rejib, as someone without any long works to my name, I have no clue. Well, you're working on it through these writing group prompts. Mako, well, I think the best way to reveal a character's past in a bit-by-bit manner is to only bring up relevant parts of their past when the plot demands it. Did they do covert work overseas? Don't mention it until we run into their ex-partner who's not going to let them forget it, etc. Yeah, and there's kind of thinking about it in that way, like, okay, so this character did covert work overseas. Okay, so, like, you have a choice here. You could reveal it from the beginning, like, yep, this is who I am. I was a spy over there, and now I'm an accountant. And then when for some reason goes overseas, then we're expecting, his spy past is gonna come up. Or, I guess this is reading more like a general premise, but, or do we just introduce it like, this is the story of Bob the accountant, and we get people into the story of Bob the accountant. And then Bob goes overseas, and it's like, holy crap, Bob was a spy! You know? Do we do that? Is that more fun to do a reveal? Do we reveal that Bob was a spy right before the flight, and then, you know, he goes, because I feel like that is an element too of like, okay, we know we want to reveal it, but when do we want to reveal it? Do we want the reader to know it from day one? Do we want it to be a big reveal when we get there? Do we want it to be like a little bit of both, where like we reveal it before he gets there, so we're thinking, oh boy, how's this spy past gonna come up, but it hasn't come up yet, you know, but it's not from the beginning. Like I feel like this is all worth, you know, thinking about.
Kidding.
Like that movie about the real estate agent who used to be an assassin or whatever, or just worked for the Yakuza. I mean, I don't think I've watched that. Doc, on the same vein of Wolfsbane's nugget of wisdom, I think characters' past depends on if it serves the story. Also, using a story as an example, my story for today's stream only scraped a tiny surface of Gia's past. I didn't need to do a nosedive into her past. One small statement was enough to keep the information relevant to the story. If the story is revealing the character's past, that's different. I saw the midstream question and wanted to participate. Fair. Yeah, that is a good point, that it's like, there's a lot to Gia, assuredly, but what was relevant here? Okay, what was relevant here is that her grandma passed away, and that she had a dragon assistant, and so she dislikes dragons because they make her sad and miss her grandma, you know? That was relevant to the situation. That was worth bringing up. The story would have been lessened, would have been not as good if that wasn't revealed, you know, kind of thing. But if you went further, then that probably would have been too much. So, yeah, good example. Lee, I wish I could answer this question, but it's not going to be possible without every sentence starting with, depends on. That is fair. This is true. It just came out this summer. Gosh, yeah. Yep, like with most things, it depends. I don't think I celebrated, but I think we have 2 encores unlocked, so that is lovely. So thank you so much for submitting, Reincarnator. We're going to start with Redrev's story. If you would like to unlock Spectre's story or Sam's story, then don't hesitate to cheer during the reading of stories, during the praise and critique of them. Alrighty. Homesickness. Morgan and Alea by Redrev. 350 words. Alea woke up in the carriage. The gentle tumbling of the road, unable to lull her back to sleep. Her eyes were puffy, and her pillow tasted of salt. As she got up from the covers, she realized that if the carriage was moving, someone must be driving it. She peeked out of the tent to face the driver's back. "Even for you, that's early," said Morgan, keeping his eyes on the road, pointing at the moon. "Even for you, that's late," she countered, resting her head on his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "I was awake. Horses were rested. Thought I'd shorten the travel," he shrugged, making Alea's head jump with his shoulder. "We should reach Lunapale in 2 days." Good. Finally home. The word didn't taste right in her mouth. "Hey, Morgan, I should be homesick, right?" "Where did that come from?" he asked, his voice already taking a warm, comforting tone. Alea closed her eyes and breathed in the cold air of the night, letting the numbness of slumber take more of her and using the warmth of Morgan's skin as a lantern for her consciousness. I had a dream. I was home, but things were different, wrong, empty. There was a pause before, immobile in the driver's seat, Morgan asked with an audible smirk, "You want to feel homesick?" She arched an eyebrow, something he must have somehow felt, because he continued, Uther and Vivian are at Lunapale." They were. Uther was probably grumbling while playing with some street urchins, while Vivian would be looking at him from the Mage's Tower, or maybe she'd have permission to join him. They'd laugh while losing to some kids, and they'd do all of that without Alea's participation, her cheering, her presence, her memory. They would be, and are, just fine without her. Alea sighed. She crawled next to Morgan on the driver's seat, wrapping herself in the blanket. Go faster, she ordered as she closed her eyes, using the laugh of her brother as a lullaby. Throw those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it.
Oh, kitty.
For those who remember, I have a little bed that looks like a coffin that I got for my cats, and they love it. It's a very particular style, and I knew when I saw it in the pet store, I was like, I think that's the kind of thing that they would enjoy. And sure enough, they fell in love with it. So excuse me. Sometimes, especially on stream, they will both want it. That one will like get up from the chair and then go to the bed, and they'll be like, "Oh, there's another cat in here." And so they're on sale because it's Halloweeny. So I got another one today. Unfortunately, I have yet to see them use both. I was hoping they would do that today because this is when they're in them the most. But Bo is in my closet. But the conclusion of the story is Bella is in the new one, and that makes me happy to see. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Alrighty, Rue. Very enjoyable story, Redrev. Did you have notes? I feel like you often have notes, but they're not jotted down here. Nope. No notes. Alright. I do really like the setting of this story. I can very vividly imagine them in the carriage and well, her in the carriage, and then I mean, I guess I don't know. I have both a praise and a critique from the setting, and I guess I can't say one without saying the other. So I really like what's going on here, but I also feel like it's a little bit confusing because we have Alea woke up in the carriage. I can kind of like accept that there could be some sort of royal carriage that is big and has a bed and stuff, but I feel like easily people would go, she woke up in the carriage, but a carriage is just like 2 seats. How'd she fall asleep? Did she just fall asleep on the seat? But like, you talk about pillow and covers. How does she have a pillow and covers in a carriage?
Uh-oh, kitty's getting up. Oh, that didn't last long.
You want out. And so like something like wagon would probably make more sense. Maybe caravan. I don't think it's quite accurate, but it might conjure a weird thing is technically I don't think that's the accurate term, but that might still conjure the more accurate image. So yeah. I am also curious how the gentle rumbling was unable to lull her back to sleep when, presumably, it is what helped her sleep before. Oh, yep, that's a wagon, for sure. Yeah, if you said wagon, that would have made perfect sense for everybody, I think. But anyway, so yeah, the rumbling thing is nitpicky. I do like the image of like, too much rumble. I do think the introduction of her pillow tasting of salt is a great little bit of intrigue that, that's a stagecoach. What? I don't feel like I'd call that a stagecoach. That is definitely a wagon. What? That is a carriage. What is going on over here? But anyways, where was it? Oh yeah, I like her pillow tasted of salt, so there's like a little bit of intrigue there of why is she crying, and I think that's a good way to describe her crying, that it's not just like, oh, she realized she'd been crying, which would work just fine, but you're using like a setting detail of the taste of the salt on the pillow that I think is particularly evocative. I do like the kind of sleepy thought of like, the carriage is moving. Who's driving it? Though I do wonder if her and Morgan are the only people in the carriage. I don't know why she wouldn't think it was Morgan, unless of course she's just super sleepy. And yeah, tent also I think adds to the potential confusion of like the carriage, because yeah, what I think of as a carriage, I would not say has a tent. Even a wagon, saying tent doesn't quite feel like the right word, but it is more accurate. And like, I guess just peeked out. She peeked out to face the driver's back might work better. But then again, on the one hand, I think that works better. But on the other hand, then it's like, well, do we need a description of like, where is she? How is she peeking out? I don't know. I feel like if you said the word wagon, she woke up in the wagon and then she peeked out, I feel like that would be pretty clear, personally. And maybe this is just a me thing, but I think I do kind of need a transition here of said the driver, Morgan, or said Morgan, the driver. Because at first, when it says, she peeked out of the tent to face the driver's back, I was thinking, okay, so it's a nameless driver. And then said Morgan. I'm like, is Morgan in the back with her? Is Morgan sitting next to the driver? I wasn't connecting. Oh, Morgan is the driver. And like, I can understand how like objectively I don't think it's that unclear, but I do still think that having a transition, or even just saying, actually, someone must be driving it. She peeked out of the tent to face Morgan's back. I think actually that would probably be best, because it's like, someone must be driving it. Let's see who's driving it. Oh, it's Morgan. So the fact that you go, someone must be driving it. The driver's driving it. I think that's part of why I was like, oh, okay, it's a nameless driver, is because I thought that sentence was answering the question rather than continuing the question and said Morgan answering the question, if that makes sense.
Kelly.
So am I understanding correctly that the even for you that's early, even for you that's late, is meant to be basically Alea is a early bird and Morgan is a night owl. And so Alea wakes up early, but not this early. And Morgan goes to bed late, but not this late. So it's something like it's 3 a.m. and the moon's out. And so Alea might get up at 5 a.m., but even for her, it's 3 a.m. is early. And Morgan might go to bed at 1 a.m., but even for him, going to bed at 3 a.m. is early, or is late. In that case, I quite like that, and I totally relate to it. I think this might be an English thing, like English is the second language thing, potentially, because the word that doesn't really work here for that. It should be, even for you, it's early. Even for you, it's late. And I'll try to explain it, but I don't know if I can. If folks in the chat can explain it better, please do. But that refers to something specific. Like, even for you, that's early. And he points at the moon. And so it reads like he's saying, even for you, the moon's early. Even for you, the moon is early. And it's like, what do you mean, even for you, the moon's early? The moon arrives precisely when it means to, And like, even for you, that's late. What's late? The moon? What is late? But it's early. It refers to the time of day, the time in which we're talking. Which is like, as I say that, I'm like, I totally understand why that's so confusing, because it could refer to a lot of things, not just the time of day. And so it's like, why is that something specific? And you immediately go, ah, yes, the time of day. I don't know. I can't tell you. All I can tell you is that that's how it works. So I do think it's cute that she like rests her head on his shoulder and it like bounces and stuff. I do feel like I need a little more description on that, because I was confused at first. I was like, wait, so she like got out of the wagon and she is sitting next to him and is resting her head on his shoulder now, not realizing it's like a lean forward, rest on shoulder. I like the image a lot, but it's a bit of an unorthodox image, and so especially because there's already some confusion around the carriage, that I think you need a little more to get it right away, if that makes sense. I do think it's nice. I like that it's like, yeah, I was awake, the horse was arrested, gotta get going, you know? I'm curious how this Hermg is supposed to read, because I really didn't know what tone it was supposed to be. It could be like, oh, I'm not excited, like, like, ultimately I'm not excited, but I'm gonna say, I guess it could be sarcastic, like, good, finally home. It could just be she's still waking up, and it's like, good, finally home. It could be she's thinking, she's like, good, finally home. Like, it could be a lot of different things. I did feel like that either needed to just be good, finally home, or I needed a dialogue tag to know how to read that. I quite like this question of, I should be homesick. I don't know for sure if this is what you wanted to go for, and I will talk about it more in a bit, but I like the idea that she's like, I'm not homesick, but I should be. I think that's a really neat idea, and I definitely relate to this feeling, maybe not of homesickness, regarding homesickness, but I relate to the feeling of like, I should feel this way, but I don't. And so that's relatable. I like that.
I don't think you want back out, Kitty. I just let you in. I know you want me to go out, but it's not time. No, I'm not done.
But so I really like that idea of like, I should feel a certain way, why don't I, kind of thing. I really like, his voice already taking on a warm, comforting tone that he already knows, he needs to comfort her. That's really sweet. So this image here is a very beautiful image, but I think it's a little too poetic, because I think what you're going for here is that she is getting sleepy again, or she still is not sloughing off the sleepiness, and she needs to stay awake enough to answer his question. And so she is feeling, his skin on her chin, I think it still is, and it's warm, and she's using it to guide her into consciousness, guide her into awakeness, like, oh, it's warm, and so it'll guide me to being awake. I think the first thing that's a little confusing about it is that I feel like the warmth for me would make me sleepier. And I think that it's a combination of a tactile and a visual image. And while I do like synesthesia as a writing device, I think in this case it doesn't quite work, because it's like, it's about his warmth. Well, actually, I think what it is that a lantern, it's not about the warmth of the lantern. It's about the sight of it. It's about, seeing it in the dark. And so you're combining the sight and the touch of it, and they don't really combine. Like, yes, fire do be warm and do be light, but if it's a sight thing, then why would the touch of it lead to the sight thing, if that makes sense? And so I didn't quite understand what this is trying to say for the first couple of reads. And so, granted, saying like the shininess of his skin would just be weird, and so I don't think that would work. But something like, using the warmth of Morgan's skin to keep her awake. Just being a little more direct, or I guess even like using Morgan as a lantern for her consciousness. I don't know, maybe that would still sound awkward. Like if he were talking, maybe like, Morgan's voice as a lantern for her consciousness might better convey that idea of like, I'm following something, this is keeping me awake, kind of thing. So it's not, I like the image. I both parts of the image of like her being like, oh, you're warm, and the lantern image are good images. It's just a little confusing when combined, if that makes sense, especially at the end of a long sentence like this. I like her talking about the dream and how it's like, yeah, everything was just off. That's interesting. I like Morgan saying, you want to feel homesick, but I have kind of two thoughts about that. One is that doesn't really feel like a response to what she said. It feels like, it feels like she's saying I am homesick. That she's like, I should feel homesick, right? Like, where did that come from? And she's like, well, I had a dream that like things were wrong, and that sounds like the kind of dream that would make one homesick. And so he doesn't respond to anything about the dream. He doesn't even ask, okay, so the dream made you homesick or anything did it, or anything like that. He's just like, you want to feel homesick. I quite like the idea of like her being like, I should feel homesick, but I don't. And that does convey, I want to. And him to respond to that and go, oh, hey, you want to feel homesick? I can help you with that. I like that a lot, but it feels like the middle here brings up a new topic instead of being a transition from the question to the response. Like, this feels like a kind of a response. This feels like a proper response to whatever the answer would be to this. Except for the fact that the answer is a new topic, kind of. I mean, not entirely new. It's still about, like, home, and it's still, like I said, something that should make her feel homesick. But the topic was homesickness, and she just brought up a dream about home. She didn't say she felt homesick. She didn't say she didn't feel homesick. She didn't say, like, that dream made me want to feel homesick or anything like that. Honestly, that would have fixed it entirely if it was, like, different, wrong, empty. I don't feel homesick, but the dream made me want to feel homesick or something like that. I mean, granted, then him repeating you want to feel homesick might still sound weird. But yeah, so I don't know. I feel like the transition between that question and the next question didn't quite work for me, even though I do like both the topic of the dream and his you want to feel homesick.
Cuddy.
And the other thing about it is that I think this would very much benefit from italicizing wanna. Because like that, this reads as you wanna feel homesick. But as is, it could read a lot of different ways. It could just read like, you wanna feel homesick? It could read as like, I mean, I guess it kind of goes back to the, like, you italicize each word, it means something different kind of thing. Like, you want to feel homesick? 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 I don't know. Maybe it's not that different for the first three. But it could be him being genuinely confused and being like, what? You want to feel homesick? Why? In which case, Uther and Vivian are at Lunapale doesn't really make sense if he's genuinely confused. But if you italicize the you wanna, then I think it would be very clear that he's like, hey, you wanna feel homesick? I can help with that,
Cuddy, yes, come here. Come here. Oh, to the kids.
And then I do really like him being like, the people that who you love, are at home, and like that ought to make you feel homesick. I think that's really sweet and interesting and fun. And I like this dynamic in general of like, I should feel homesick. You wanna remember the people you love. I think that's cool. I do like this paragraph about like explaining, who they are, what they'd be doing, and stuff. And I do like this idea of like, yeah, the world keeps on turning without me. They're gonna keep on going without me. I do think that's powerful and realistic and interesting. I also really like using the laugh of her brother as a lullaby. I think that's a beautiful line to end the piece on. Is Morgan actually her brother? Because I always thought that they were childhood friends. So if they are brother and sister, I feel like I should have known that much earlier than now. Anyway, so my biggest thought critique for the story is that I feel like the story can read in 3 ways, and I feel like there is evidence for all 3 of these interpretations, and I feel like I should only have one. I feel like it should be clear which one of them you intended. So interpretation number 1 is that she is homesick, and she starts the story homesick, and she ends the story homesick. The evidence for that is that her pillow tastes of salt, so something's wrong, that she had this dream, and the dream is a very valid reason for her to get homesick, and she says, go faster, and so that is like, I want to get home faster, I'm homesick. Option number 2 is what I've kind of been talking about, which is what I think you intended, which is that she wants to feel homesick, but she doesn't. And so it's that and that is her saying, I should feel homesick, and him going, you want to feel homesick. There's my evidence for that. But the evidence counter to that is, well, she was crying and she had this terrible dream. That sounds like she is homesick. And so I don't know why she's going, I should, but I don't, there's evidence that she does. And so there's not as much evidence that she doesn't. But we'll get to that. Which is the third interpretation, is that she doesn't feel homesick, and she doesn't feel homesick at the beginning, and she doesn't feel homesick at the end. Which is, the evidence for that is that, she's like, I should feel homesick. And the fact that she's like, hey, they're fine without me. I think that this, they're fine without me, is potentially a little too strong, because I think the go faster is meant to be, I am homesick. But, this is, let's see, how did I phrase it? I guess I just said here, I can easily take this at face value. I can easily take this at face value that she's like, yep, they're fine without me. Especially because she's saying, I should feel homesick. It kind of feels like it could easily just be like, you're trying to make me feel homesick, but it's not working. That it's like, yeah, I love them, but they're fine without me, so I don't feel homesick. I could see that being the case. She wakes up already crying, and then she says, I should feel homesick, like she's not. And then she talks about this dream, which I would presume that's why she was crying. And this dream sounds like she's already homesick, at least it kind of feels weird. I think the thing about the dream is it feels weird if that dream didn't make her feel homesick. He tries to make her feel homesick. Her response to that internally is, they're fine without me. But then her response to it externally is, go faster, I want to get home faster. And so I feel like I'm getting some mixed signals in the story, and so whatever it is, it works. I personally find that middle interpretation of, I should feel homesick, but I don't, and then it ends with her, yes, feeling homesick. I think I missed saying that. The interpretations are, she is homesick from the beginning, and she is homesick at the end. She's not homesick at the start, and she is at the end. Or, she was not homesick at the start, and she's not at the end. you know, from last stream, I like, you know, when stories have an arc, and so that's part of why I like that middle one the most, that she starts not feeling that way and she ends feeling that way. And so and you know, I feel like the I should and Joanna are stronger than any of the other evidence. And so that's also part of why I feel like it's that middle thing. But I do feel like maybe taking out her already crying, maybe taking out the dream as a whole, because I did have some critiques for that, would help, and then potentially putting a little nugget of like, she thinks these things and they make her sad. Like, granted, Go Faster does do that, at least to some extent, and maybe if you took out the dream and the crying at the beginning, maybe it would be perfectly clear with just Go Faster. I lost my train of thought. But, you know, at face value, she is like, yeah, they're good without me. And because of all the mixed signals, it's easy to read it at face value. And so a little nugget of like, yes, she thinks these things and they make her sad. You know, would be helpful. But I quite like the story. I quite like the vibes. I can really imagine them, you know, in this wagon at night, and like, this is probably like one of the most, I don't know, familial, friendly that I've seen them, and they're very sweet to each other here, and I love that. And so yeah, there's like some questions and confusion to the story, but overall I quite liked it. I really liked the scene. I really liked the subject of like homesickness and, you know, wanting to feel a certain way and stuff like that. And so overall very enjoyable. Covered wagon, yeah. Well, people correct me if I'm wrong, but if you say wagon, I'm not going to think of a little red wagon that a kid is touting around. I'm going to think a covered wagon if you just say wagon. I wanted Morgan to point at the moon so you get that it's 3 a.m. feeling. Maybe I should have had him face Aaliyah too. I don't know if you needed to have him face Aaliyah. It's just it's just saying, even for you it's early, even for you it's late. That's all you needed. It's just that's the issue. That was the plan. Alea thinks she loves history and places and the greatness of Lunafale, but really she just needs a feeling of belonging. You know, I didn't think about this, and I'm not sure if you intended it this way, but reading that makes me think, well, she belongs with Morgan. Morgan is her belonging. And that's really interesting if that's what you're going for, is that she's seeking a feeling of belonging and doesn't realize it's sitting right next to her. And that is a really interesting idea in general of like, yeah, like, I think this place is great, and really it's just like, personally I need to belong. And yes, hearing you read the sentence Morgan's warmth was a lantern to her consciousness. It felt too wordy for such a nothing moment to bear. Actually, the dream is a remnant of an earlier draft where Morgan would directly answer to the dream, but in a, you feel this way because XYZ, I kept the dream because I like the idea. I did feel like it sort of worked since she described the dream as empty, but even with that, Morgan doesn't answer to the dream directly, maybe just asking, you know what, you want to know why it felt wrong? And then Alea saying go faster at the end, it would have answered both questions. Also, Yuana, though Yuana in a cheeky tone fits Morgan so well. Nice. Let me think some more about this dream stuff. So originally it was going to be like, she says, okay, it felt like different, wrong, empty. And then he was going to say like, it felt empty because Uther and Vivian weren't there. I do think that I like the you want to feel homesick line more, but if you keep the dream, I do think that you probably should have kept that phrasing of, you want to know why it felt wrong? because Uther and Vivian weren't in it, you know, or whatever. And I guess that's the problem, is that she didn't say that they weren't in it. So come to think of it, yeah, maybe it doesn't follow. But that if she, I guess if she were, then that would flow better. Let's see. I think the problem, like I said, is just the fact that to me, when I hear her say this, I'm like, yeah, so you do feel homesick. Like, the dream feels wrong and empty. That absolutely sounds like such a reason to feel homesick that I would be surprised if you weren't. And so it doesn't sound like he's responding to the information provided, you know? It sounds like he is replying to the earlier thing. Get, like, I'm trying to think how else you could phrase it. Like, it would of course cost words, but something like, and that didn't make you feel homesick? And then I don't know what she'd say, but some version of no. And then him being like, well, you want to feel homesick? I can help. You know, could work. All right. We did go over Watch the Magic Knight and Furl and The Princess is the Dragon. I don't know if you were away for those ones, but we definitely went over them. Nothing Human Remains. Yeah, that's an interesting one that I kind of have mixed feelings on. To me, it conjures the idea of, like, someone used to be human and then they were experimented on, whether it be with science or with magic, and they have now stopped being human. And, like, it could be literally, like, you're such a different creature that nothing human remains, or it could be, like, you're a violent, murderous, terrible creature and nothing of your humanity, like, humanity as in the humanity sort of way remains. It could be that sort of thing. And I guess it could just be, like, you could write about, I don't know, like a serial killer and, like, their loved one is like, nothing human remains in you, like that kind of thing. And I guess maybe why, I don't know if mixed feelings is the right word, but I guess why I have mixed feelings on it is because, like, yeah, that's certainly interesting and could lead to interesting stories, and I don't think it's a bad prompt. People in the chat, feel free to weigh in. But personally, that makes me sad. Personally, I wouldn't really vote for it because, like, anything that I can think of is not just sad, but potentially extremely sad that it's, or like intense or whatever. That, like I said, one of my first thoughts is serial killer, you know? And, like, I don't like having those thoughts. And so, and then, like, for me personally, because, like, the entire point of my main story is the humanity of it, that, like, it doesn't really fit. And, like, I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. I don't know if I've talked about it much. I'll try to be, like, concise, but I love human stories. I love stories that are about, you know, that are kind of the opposite of this, basically, that it's like, where's the humanity in the non-human sort of thing? Where's the humanity underneath everything? And so this idea goes against, like, I don't know, my favorite thematic thing, and goes the opposite direction of, like, it's not finding the humanity, it is finding that there is none. And this is all personal stuff. Like, I can only respond to how I personally feel about the prompt. Other people might love the prompt, and, like, the fact that it's not necessarily my cup of tea doesn't mean that it is bad in any way. If everybody else loves it, I'm perfectly fine to, you know, read your stories about it. And as I said earlier, I'm sure I can come up with something. But if we're just getting my baseline reaction to it, I do think as a prompt, it is not bad at all. And, like, those stories could be particularly unique and interesting. But I also think they could be particularly dark. And so it makes me gravitate away from that prompt and not wanting to vote for it, if that makes sense. Um, I think that is also true. Yeah, we already have No Longer Human, and that is very similar. It's not quite the same because No Longer Human can be like, oh, I'm I'm a god now, I'm an alien now, I'm a vampire now. But Nothing Human Remains is very specifically not just, oh, I'm a vampire now. It's, there is nothing human left in your vampire self. It's not just like, oh boy, I was a cyborg and all my parts got replaced until I was a robot. And so, like, I'm no longer human. Or cyborg asking, am I still human? It's like the day that nothing human remains. It's the day that all the parts are replaced. And, like, again, I don't think I can think of a version of I don't think I can think of anything for this prompt that's not really sad, sad or intense in some way or another. But going back to Redriv said, their siblingly relationship is complicated. Alea meets Morgan. He doesn't seem to have a last name, and as they grow closer, she offers him to be her adoptive brother, which he wholeheartedly agrees to. Alea gets adopted by the royal family, effectively becoming a princess, but Morgan is not. So Alea changes her last name, and Morgan keeps her previous last name. Things get slightly complicated when the nobles and royals are pressuring both of them to stop calling each other siblings because it gives Morgan a status he does not have. And since Morgan and Alea's relationship worsens, they cave in and it becomes normal comrades in arms from that point on. As for the interpretation in my mind, it was Alea does not miss the place but the people. So she cries when she dreams of her home being empty and feels homesick when she remembers that her friends are there. Aha! I like that a lot. That is cool, and there are hints of that there, but I didn't quite get to that. I think now that I know that, granted it might still have some of the same problems, but I had a dream, but no one was there. Like, I had a dream, I was home, but the streets were empty, but nobody lived there. Granted, him saying, you want to feel homesick would be like, and Uther and Vivian are at Lunapale, might feel like rubbing salt in the wound of like, that it's like, oh my gosh, it was empty of people and I was so sad. And it's like, you want to feel homesick? And it's like, yeah, she clearly does. Or no, she clearly already does. And then you're like, yeah, people are there, it might feel like a lot, but I didn't get that, there's nobody there was the intent, because it just, to me, saying I was home, but things were different, wrong, empty. You do have the word empty there, but especially when it's like things were different, wrong. That doesn't convey the streets were empty. That just conveys something was off. Like, I was walking around and it was home, but like the juju was bad, And so, honestly, just saying was home, but things were empty, would, I think, better convey what you're trying to go for there. I still think Morgan's response doesn't quite add up, but I think that would get closer to what you intended. But yeah, that's really interesting about their relationship. And that makes a lot of sense. And that makes sense now that, yeah, she would call him brother here. And in other stories I've read, she wouldn't. I'm sad to hear that they just give in and they don't go back to being brother and sister. But, yes, let's see. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung, if I didn't say before. Alright.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Thank you so much for submitting, Redriv. Let's go to Galler's story. If you would like to unlock more, don't hesitate to cheer during the story and during the praise and critique.
Are you getting out the whole time, Kit Kat? Maybe. If I hold you, will you be less smelly?
Alright. A Spirit's Nostalgia by Geller. 350 words. Matthew walked as he touched the wall with his left hand. It was one of the buildings around his old neighborhood. Like he remembered, the building had the graffiti he had left there. Like before, he could change the color of the aged paint. Not that the authorities would care, since he wasn't dumb enough to get caught again, but making it glow like he did when he was a teen. He got away with a smirk on his face. Forgot how much I love to be this naughty, Matthew thought as his mind went back to the memories of this town. 5 years had passed since he set out to explore the world, to find himself, to take the world in, only to go back to his heart. Where he first spawned at a spiritual residue. He had to admit that during that part of his life, he was aimless, lost, and incapable of finding a home until his family adopted him. Not that I am different now, always walking around just to discover myself, Matthew said aloud as he walked, looking at an old cookie store he used to work in. But I guess it's not so bad if I have this place to return to. He remembered his youth fondly, even if he spawned like a 7-year-old. He attended a shapeshift to bother his family, made graffiti, and changed people's hair color just to mess with them. He was a little brat, even then. He grew to feel this town had become his home, with friends, family, lovers, and breakups. He went inside the cookie shop he had worked at before his journey around the world, and inside he saw someone he hadn't seen in a long time. "Stephanie, how are you doing?" Matthew saluted. "Oh, I'm all right," she replied. "Long time no see. So, what do you think of this place?" "Let's just say I think it got a good makeover." Matthew smiled. This was his home, and he could return to remind himself of the small piece of happiness that would always welcome him. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Well, as per usual, I think the story is very cute and sweet and had a very good message here. Let's see. Do I just want to start? Do I just want to start with general things? I guess I'll just start going through it. So I like the image of him changing the color of the graffiti, but I think the way it's described is a little bit awkward, because it's kind of what I was saying with Documancer's story earlier, that in that story it was like, that it didn't occur to her that, you know, the wood would come back out of the fire. And it's like, well, that's not saying that the wood is coming back out of the fire. And there's a similar thing here. Like before, he could change the color of the aged paint. You're not saying he is changing the color of the aged paint, just that he had the ability. And so it seems a little awkward to just be like, I guess it's just kind of like, oh, what was I going to say? I don't know, like, going up and be like, yes, like before, Jeremy could roll his tongue. And it's like, cool, good for Jeremy. You know? It's especially awkward because we don't know about before. Like, it's the first paragraph. We have not really been much introduced to a before. And so I think just saying, let's see, did I have an option? I don't think I did. That, like, as Matthew ran his hand along the graffiti on the wall, he changed its color, you know, something like that. Or Matthew ran his hand along the graffiti on the wall, changing its color as he moved, or something like that. I think making it active, just showing him doing it, would sound more natural, wouldn't have the question of, what do you mean like before, and wouldn't have that issue of like, you're saying he could, did he? And it just, I think, would flow very well. But like I said, I do like this image. Like, I think having him start with, you know, touching the wall, that sort of image of him running his hand along the wall, I think is a neat way to start the story. Mike could wiggle his ears. He didn't, but he could. Exactly. Um, and then not that the authorities would care since he wasn't dumb enough to get caught. So the authorities might not care, and Matthew might take pains to try to not get caught, and he might be smarter than he was as a teen and do his best not to get caught. But the two don't really work together. It's not that him not being dumb enough to get caught, it doesn't mean that the authorities don't care. So it's an either or thing. Either the authorities don't care, so, he can do whatever he wants and he's not going to get caught because they don't care to catch him. Or he's smart and he's not going to let himself get caught because the authorities do care and will try to catch him, It's a little bit of awkwardness there. I do like the image of him making it glow, that he has the power to change its color, and it's like, yeah, that's a little weird and might get him caught, but making it glow will really get him caught, and so that, that's fun. I don't know how I feel about, I forgot how much I love to be this naughty, because I feel like naughty is like such a specific word that you can use it in a non-sexual context, but it just feels kind of awkward for like an adult to be going like, I love being naughty. Feels a little bit awkward. I don't know how to describe it. If other people can describe it well, then do tell. Maybe something like, I forgot how much I love to break the rules, would sound a little more natural. And I think I said last stream that anytime anybody, what is this? That anytime you use double quotation marks on a thought, I am gonna complain about it. If I didn't say it last time, I'm saying it now. If anybody ever uses double quotes on a thought, I am gonna complain about it. Even if you're like, nope, I like it this way, I will always do it this way, that's fine. I can't control whether or not you do it or you want to do it, but I can control if I complain about it, and I want to. Because this is, I think, as I said, one of my biggest pet peeves in writing. So, yep, once again, the fact that this thought is in quotation marks 100% made me think he was saying it out loud. And so I think, there's multiple ways to do thoughts, and sure, this isn't technically wrong to do it this way, but single quotes would be a bit more clear. No quotes at all could potentially work, and in my opinion, using italics would be the absolute clearest, because that is mostly, when you see full sentences in italics, that is almost always conveying this is a thought. Yeah, that is that is the thing, because like, if you have a full sentence in italics, for emphasis, it will likely be dialogue, and so it will be clear that that's dialogue and not a thought, even though it's a full sentence of italics generally. But otherwise, a full sentence is pretty clearly a thought. Anyway, so that was an issue for me. I do really like this sentence of 5 years had passed since he set out to explore the world, to find himself, to take the world in, only to go back to his heart. I really like that phrasing of to go back to his heart. That very poetic idea of like him coming back to himself, coming back to his own heart. It's not just coming back home, coming back to where he grew up. It's his heart. And that's really beautiful. I do feel like explore the world and take the world in are kind of the same. And so I think just saying 5 years had passed since he set out to find himself, to take the world in, only to go back to his heart. Or you put a different third thing in there. I think that would work a little better for me. I think we will come back to the spiritual residue thing at the end. I do feel like saying, let's see, how did I phrase it here? So you do, I forget if I've talked about this before, but you do this thing sometimes where you have characters respond to their narration. And that, I don't know that that's technically like wrong or anything like that. And sometimes it can work, sometimes it's fine. But it often sounds a little strange to have it be like, yeah, the narration, it isn't something the character necessarily hears, and so having the character not only be revealed to hear it, but to respond to it can often sound a little bit strange. And I do think that saying, something like, you know, now that he had returned, he was still aimless, always walking around just to discover himself. But it wasn't so bad as long as he had this place to return to. I think that would sound a lot more natural and would work better for me personally. But I also do really like that phrasing of always walking around just to discover myself. That's the same idea of the heart thing, so I think that's a cool idea. On the one hand, when you say cookie store, I think of something like Crumble cookies, and I'm guessing that's what your intention was there. On the other hand, I feel like a cookie store, aside from like Crumble cookie, isn't really a thing. That I feel like bakery, restaurant, pastry shop would sound more natural than cookie store. And then I think we'll come back to this bit. And then am I correct that he's saying, let's just say I think I got a good makeover is referring to the fact that he changed the graffiti at the beginning, in which case I definitely think making it clear it's not just that he could change the color, he did, would be helpful. I do like the kind of cheekiness to like, let's just say got a good makeover. I do think it's a little odd for her to be asking, what do you think of this place? Because like he grew up here and he met her in the past, and so if I went back back home to Seattle, I wouldn't be and so like saw a friend, I don't think they'd be like, what do you think of this place, unless it's changed drastically, and maybe it has, but that's not really described. I don't think they'd really say that, and so it sounds a little awkward. And then I do quite like that ending of, he could always return home. Like, even if he's not sure, he's aimless, he's not sure who he is or where he wants to end up, he always has this small piece of happiness to welcome him home. I think that's really sweet and cute and beautiful. So my main thought and critique for this story, I fear I won't be able to describe it well, but I think that it will be an interesting conversation. And as always, folks in the chat, feel free to weigh in. So we've talked a little bit about, I did have a challenge a while ago that was to, you have a story that you want to write, and either it's in a universe or there's something fantastical about it. And the challenge was to take out the universe stuff or the fantastical stuff or something like that. Hello, Jax Willow. Welcome. We are a writing group. We have a prompt every week and write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 are guaranteed and 4 can be unlocked through cheering. We are currently on our second encore, and I believe that is all we have unlocked right now. But yeah, so all right, microfiction, I read it, praise, and critique it live on Twitch on Saturdays, and that's what I'm doing now. I am praising and critiquing this story. So we had that like challenge a while ago that was like, what happens if you try to take out the universe stuff or the fantastical stuff. And to be clear, I think fantastical stuff is great. I love fantasy. And so I don't think it's wrong to want to include fantastical stuff in your story. And I do it too. And I don't think that it is like by default better to take the fantastical stuff out of your story. For example, in Documancer's story earlier, could that story be about like a dog or a cat or some normal animal from our world? Sure, probably. Maybe they wouldn't be in the fireplace, but you could get You could write about a more normal pet who reminds the main character of their grandma. And sure, maybe they wouldn't be intelligent and they wouldn't be like, they wouldn't interact in the same way, but you could still probably get to a very similar conclusion of, you know, like, oh, my grandma used to have a cat. Now cats make me sad. Oh, but, you know, I'm wanting you to stay, you know, kind of thing. Sure, you could do that. That would work. Would that improve the story? I don't think so. I think the story works well with the fantastical elements. That it's great that it's a little dragon. And I think that adds something. That it's like, yeah, dragons breathe fire. They can help with the baking and stuff. And so it's not necessary for it to be fantastical, but it definitely works. And if not improves the story, well, I mean, I don't know. I might say it improves the story, but if not improves the story, it's not a detriment to the story in any way. However, in this particular case, unfortunately, I do feel like the fantastical stuff is a detriment to the story. And I think, so, like, I do think it's interesting, like, the idea of somebody who can, like, change the color of paint and make it glow. Like, that is a fun idea, and everything like that. And, like, that's okay. It's not really necessary. But once I get to where he first spawned out of spiritual residue, I feel like a lot of I think a large part of it is that this story, at its core, is a really, like, touching, relatable story. Like, it is about a man who is kind of a brat, you know, as a kid, and maybe has a little bit of that still in him. And he went to travel the world to find himself, only to come back home and to be happy that he that he has this home and to feel like it's his heart. And, like, that's wonderful and that's beautiful and I love that. And I can, you know, relate to that. But the minute that you're like, I spawned out of spiritual residue as a 7-year-old, I can't relate to that. And so that, to me, detracts from the story. And it's funny because this is what makes it hard to describe, because, like, not everything has to be relatable. But it's hard to discern. I know that I stand by that. I think the fantastical elements of the story detract from it, but I have a tough time quantifying, other than that, what it is that makes them detract. And in the chat, please feel free to, if you agree, weigh in on why you think that's the case. And I think part of it is that it's like, there's a lot going on here, right? Like, okay, he can change the color of paint. He can make paint glow. He spawned out of spiritual residue. He spawned looking like a 7-year-old. He can shapeshift. He can change people's hair color. Like, there is a lot going on there. And it's not that this stuff is uninteresting. Like, it's all fun and interesting and stuff like that. But for this particular story and everything that's going on, I don't know if part of it is I just feel like a lot of fantastical things are getting thrown at me. And so, and I guess, like, part of it is that they don't really fit in with the more mundane plot of the story. Like, the plot itself, I do think that might be part of it. That, because the thing is, like, the first question to ask when you're adding, like, fantastical elements or universe elements to the story is this necessary? And there absolutely are times where fantastical or universe elements are completely necessary to understanding the story. They need to be there. There are times when they aren't necessary, but they're not a detriment to include. And in fact, they might be fun to include, you know, kind of thing. And then of course there's the case where they detract, or they are a detriment. This story doesn't need the fantastical stuff. Like, you can tell the story of a man who's coming home, you know, and in this way and realizes how much he missed the place. And that works perfectly well. So first of all, the fantastical stuff is not necessary. And like I was starting to say, I think that maybe it part of it is just quite simply that the premise is so mundane that instead of the fantastical stuff enhancing this normal mundane premise and making it more interesting and zhuzhing it up, instead it kind of muddies the premise of the story, and like I was saying before, makes it less relatable and stuff like that. So yeah, I hope that I hope someone in the chat can help me, because I was hoping I would have a better explanation by now, but I don't think I do. I mean, I'll look at my notes, but so my note here is like, you have this guy who was a prankster. He got in trouble. These are all valid experiences for a human being to have. We don't need to know that he spawned like a 7-year-old. Why does he need to change the color of the paint when he could just do graffiti? None of the fantastical stuff is needed for the story. All it does is beg questions, be confusing, and make it less transcendent. So yeah, I guess that's another thing, is that it makes you ask questions that aren't really necessary to ask. But yeah, so like, this is very difficult to describe, because like I was saying with Documancer's story, like, I love the combination of the mundane and the fantastic. I love fantastical stories. I do not advocate for stories, being more realistic, stories being realistic doesn't make them better, that kind of thing. And so it's not that I don't like fantastical stuff, or that I don't think that it works to have the mundane marry the fantastic, but in this particular case, it doesn't really work for me, and I wish that I could better describe why. But like I said, baseline, the story is very the baseline plot of it is very relatable and touching and cool, and I do like that a lot. Is there anything else to say? I don't know. Let's take a look at what folks have been saying. I don't know who this terrifying character is, but apparently they're naughty. Cats can be rambunctious. It's true. Suddenly 7? What is the Suddenly 7 about? Alright. He touched it via contact. He changed it. I should have made that clear. I don't know what the typo you're referring to is. You know what this wall needs? To glow pink. They do care. The thing is, he tried to get away with it here and there with a little naughtiness. I'm not saying that's not the case. Like, they can care, and he can be, he can have gotten caught before and be smart enough not to now, but I'm just saying that sentence, the two things don't really go together. Heart is where the home is. I like that. He had scaled hands in the draft, trying not to explain too much. I do think that was good to take that out, especially because of my critique of the fantastical in general being kind of detracting. And so if you added more, that would have only been more to overwhelm. I'm trying not to break the fourth wall with that narration. Fair. In his journey, he was 20. Now he's 25. Fair enough. We don't, I don't know if you're saying you feel like you needed to say that. I didn't feel like you needed to say that. Like, those are fair ages to go out into the world and then to come back. The spirit things, I just wanted to elaborate. He is a spirit. The thing is, to be honest, I do not take away the fantastical stuff or listen to the challenges. Yes, Willa. I've been writing my own novel for November. I've been a busy week for me. Nice. I mean, that's totally fair to do your own things. And as always, at the end of the day, I can only offer my thoughts and critiques and stuff. And and like you are free to take them or leave them and stuff like that. But and like that's why I keep repeating, I do not think it's a bad thing to include the mundane and the fantastic and marry them together. I don't think that's bad at all, and that's something I like about your stories quite a lot. And in a lot of your stories, I think it does work. You know, I loved it with like your goddess story and stuff like that. So I am in no way trying to harsh on your vibe or tell you like to not do that in general and stuff like that. But I am saying for this particular story, I do not think that it worked. And that's why I want to find a better way to describe it. And I'm hoping as the chat continues, someone will come up with a better way, because like, how do I describe it? Like, I guess, like, saying, you know, you do your own thing with your own vibes, that's fair, and I cannot force you to accept my critique or anything like that. But the whole point of what we're doing here is to, you know, submit your story so that I can give you praise and critique, and just being like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Just kind of being like, I don't care. Makes me not as interested to like praise and critique your stories if you're gonna be like, you know, I don't care, I do my own thing when I'm telling you it didn't work, you know. I don't know how to describe it well. Mako is helping. I appreciate that. He spawned like a 7-year-old is a lot to process. It sends my brain into what does this mean mode instead of enjoy the story mode. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, to be honest, my idea was a spirit reminiscing on his past home. This is the second idea. The first one was an eldritch abomination going native and using Earth as pit stop, vacation spot, constantly, only to realize at the end it became its home. Oh, that's cute. I would love to read that too. If you decide to later write that one, either for a different prompt or just like an extra one for this story, let me know, because that sounds super fun. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear you might participate. Gotcha. Novel November has replaced the now defunct NaNoWriMo. The only thing I heard is that like NaNoWriMo was like using or accepting AI. Is that why it got defunct? If so, good. But I haven't heard anything else about it getting defunct. I don't know. I mean, like, it doesn't sound like you have a problem with the prompt, especially because like I don't have a problem with like your other idea or anything like that. I appreciate that. Yeah, and some abuse scandals which also blew up at the same time. That's fair. Makes sense. All right, let's see. Okie dokie. Fun story, Yaller. Despite the critiques, I do still think it's a fun story. Alrighty, Roo. Well, the next story is not unlocked, so it is now time to announce the prompt for next week. So get out those drum rolls and stuff. Oops, wrong one. And we're here. Zoom in. Okie dokie. In third place, with 5 votes, we have 2 prompts, a tie between Let Me Rest and Problem Child. I don't know if Let Me Rest has ever made it to the final poll, and I was happy to see it up there. In second place, with 6 votes, we have Pick Your Poison. This is one I think has been gaining traction lately. But our winner, with 7 votes, is I Had a Heart. This has definitely been one that's been trying to win for several weeks. It's been in like second place for a couple weeks now, so I'm not surprised to see it win. So I think people talked about ideas a couple weeks ago. I don't know how easy it would be to scroll back to those, but as always, feel free to share your ideas here.
Meow, I know I'm almost done. I'm almost done, baby.
So I had a heart. To me, this makes me think of the idea of, somebody who, it could be literal or it could be figurative. So it could be a heart as in like, empathy, kindness, good things. Like once I was a very like empathetic person, but that got snuffed out of me. And so you could write about a villain who was once, a kind, sweet person. And they're like, yeah, I had a heart, but it got stomped on by the world. And so I had to harden it. Or I had to, take it out, as it were. And like, there's lots of different sorts of characters who could be that way. And there are lots of different, like, things that a heart could be a metaphor for. That it could be like, kindness and empathy. It could be just like emotions and stuff. It could be, I used to be more emotional and sensitive, but I'm not anymore. It could be for something specific, like once upon a time I had a heart for poor people, but I don't any longer. Once upon a time I had a heart for the orphans, but not anymore, kind of thing. I guess the prompt does kind of imply I had a heart, and so to me that implies I don't anymore. I guess you could take it as I still do. I had a heart. And I still do. But you probably would have to take it in a sense of like, I had a heart, it seems like I don't, but I still do. Which I do rather like. But yeah, if the story is just like, I had a heart, still do. And like, there's no change, that could either be boring or read like it's not the prompt. Because it's like, okay, you had one and you still have one. I don't know. But anyways, it can also be literal. In the show, Once Upon a Time, like a key thing in that show is that you can use magic to literally remove people's hearts. And you can use their hearts to control them and even like speak through them. And, one of the, there's a character who removed her own heart so that she would stop being in love with someone. That the show has a lot to do with the the dichotomy between love and power, that the good guys choose love and the bad guys choose power, and so she takes out her heart so that she can choose power, sort of thing. And so you could do that kind of thing. You could write about someone's heart literally being removed. Whether it be that it means that you are you take out their heart so you can control them, you take out someone's heart so that they can't they can't be empathetic, you take out their heart so that it like that story, that they can't be in love. I guess, come to think of it, heart could be a good metaphor for like being in love, like this person is your heart. And so it's like, yeah, I had a sweetheart, I had someone I loved, but I don't anymore. That could work quite well. I could totally see a more silly take of something like two skeletons, talking to each other and being like, I had a heart once. It felt nice in my bones. Sort of thing. It felt nice to have muscles in between these bones. There might be quite a few. Like, you could also have, like, a zombie who, like, has a gaping hole in their chest, and they're like, I had a heart. Sort of thing. So, yeah, you could write about characters, creatures literally having their hearts removed. I guess you could write about, like, something more realistic. You could be, I guess, like a heart transplant. I mean, maybe that wouldn't work. But I was just thinking, like, I had my own heart. Now I have someone else's heart. But I don't know. Let's see. Um, all right. I don't know why I went here first instead of reading the Twitch chat first. Jay says, I would love to participate. Nice. I had a heart. Wow, that'll be something I have to sleep on. Nice, fair. Reading the emo stories. Yeah, there probably will be lots of emo stories. Apparently there's a song called Searching for a Heart that seems like worthy, like, inspiration material. Wolf has posted the definition of heart: a hollow muscular organ that pumps the blood through the circulatory system by rhythmic contraction and dilation. In vertebrates, there may be up to 4 chambers, as in humans, with 2 atria and 2 ventricles. That makes me think of creatures that have more than one heart. And so that could be fun to like write about like animals and like one of their hearts gets removed somehow and maybe they still survive and it's like, yeah, I had a heart, you know, but now there's nothing there where that was. The region of the chest above the heart, as in holding hand on heart for the Pledge of Allegiance, yeah. The heart regarded as the center of a person's thoughts and emotions, especially love, compassion, or loyalty, for sure. One's mood or feeling, like a change of heart. Interesting, yeah. I had this heart, but my heart changed. You know, I had this opinion. Courage or enthusiasm. Ooh, yeah, that could be a good, you know, more symbolic one of like, yes, I had courage, but it's been snuffed out of me, you know. They may lose heart. Good point. 2, the central or innermost part of something. Huh. I wonder how you could use that of like the innermost part of you, you know, you used to have, sort of thing. The vital part or essence. Yeah, so that could be kind of a metaphor for something vital that has potentially been removed. The close compact center of a head of cabbage or lettuce. That would be fun to write about 2 cabbages talking to each other and being like, I had a heart, but the humans came and they took it and they ate it. A conventional representation of a heart with 2 equal curves meeting to a point at the bottom and a cusp at the top. Yeah, I guess you could have like draw a heart on paper and it's like, I had a heart, I lost it. You could write about Valentine's Day that somebody, maybe Valentines are called hearts and so like you had, you know, a heart, you had a Valentine and it you know, got stolen from you or lost or something. It could literally be the candy sweethearts. One of the 4 suits in a conventional deck of playing cards, noted by a red heart. That would be a fun one, that it's like, I had a heart in my hand. I had something from the suit of hearts in my hand, but I don't anymore. A card game similar to Whist, in which players attempt to avoid taking tricks containing a card of a suit of hearts. Interesting. A condition of agricultural land as regards fertility. Huh. Like very much love. Yeah, I guess you could also use it for, I don't like this thing anymore. Like I had a heart for this thing. I used to love this thing, but not so much anymore. You can play with other heart idioms. The one I can think of is giving your heart away. Yep. This are my 4 ideas, if you'd like to add them to discussion. A Chthonian vampire who's literally had a heart removed to become a creature of shadows and is thus completely changed personality-wise. Gallifrax, the Bloody Duchess, who has become increasingly ruthless to hold on to power as assassin after assassin and rebel after rebel rose up against her. Interesting. Servos comes upon a fake creature who's misplaced his heart and has to help him find it. Serdu the witch tells the people she turned into birds that she really used to be nice and still can be. She just has to be firmer, and that doesn't mean she's completely heartless, right? Subject to change, naturally, for sure. Yeah, those are good ones. I like those. Heart removal can literally refer to a life-saving operation to replace the biological heart with an artificial heart. That could work for sure. Yes, that totally work. Ibrahim, I had a heart once. Miguel, what happened? Ibrahim, it rotted away after my own death. Yes. Yeah, what if someone gives someone a heart for a transplant, but in doing so, the two souls combine? That would be cool. Yes, I see you're gonna fit right in for sure. We already had change of heart a while ago. I don't think we did. Artichokes too, yes. The character in One Piece, he's human, but some tragic stuff happened, and with the devil fruit, he's now a skeleton, so he makes those jokes all the time, adding dark humor and comic relief. Makes sense. Aww, that's so sweet, Dax Willow. I'm loving the enthusiasm. That just came to mind a bit from SpongeBob, where Mr. Krabs sells his soul to the Dutchman, only for the Dutchman to get an IOU and discovers Krabs had already sold it before, and so has several other demonic entities standing in a line with other IOUs. That's hilarious. But yeah, you could use heart to mean soul. That's like, I had a soul, potentially. Oh, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, indeed, Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean 2. Yeah, so it could be not so much like that your heart is truly gone, but it could just be like, I had a heart in my chest, but now it's in a treasure chest, you know, kind of thing. Maybe it's a mad scientist. I had a heart in a jar. Must have misplaced it somewhere. Could you help me? Yes, that would totally work. Oh man. Now I'm thinking maybe I need to try and do that for Victor. That would be great. Oh boy. I think it was attributed to Stephen King that went something like, he was asked how he wrote such scary stories. He answers, I have the heart of an 8-year-old boy sitting in a jar on my desk. And then I add, and someone steals it. Wild. Yeah, I guess, you know, that phrasing of, you know, you stole my heart, that's often used for, like, I'm in love with you, you stole my heart. So you could do that it's like, I had a heart until you stole it because I'm so deeply in love with you. That could be a more positive take. Yes, very fun stuff. It's always fun to do these and then realize that there's a lot more to them than I initially thought. So yes, excited to see what you guys come up with. Let me know who you want me to raid. But in the meantime, if you are not read here on stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you'd like to be read first, earliest, then make sure that you submit your story to the backup queue early. Yes. You can submit your story to read it to everyone else. You can have somebody else read it for you. You can just hang out and lurk, whatever you want to do. There's a lot more back and forth discussion on voice. It's a good time. It's worth joining. There you go. Awesome Sly! Hold My Pen Promptcast is doing their thing. Join us or else we'll eat your heart. That's a good one. Let's see. The idea I'm getting now is someone's stuffed toy losing their heart, like a Build-A-Bear heart, due to some sort of accident, and they try to repair it, but in the perspective of the stuffed toy, that could work, for sure. Alrighty. Yeah, we rated Pen Promptcast last week, so I don't remember who Awesome Sly is, but I remember their name, so if you're enthusiastic about it, I presume that that's fine. Alrighty, Roo. Okie dokie. Thank you all for hanging out with me. It was a good time for me. I hope it was a good time for you. Don't know if it was a good time for Kitty. I think she wanted me to leave for most of the time. But yes. Good times. Excited to see what you guys do with this prompt. I will see you all next week. Bye-bye.